Everything I know, desperate for change, crashing down the ancient roads. Stay yesterday. Maybe there's hunger won't let now. Screaming out loud for what I want. See me running, see it. Shattering collide, calling past drowning in. Now I do what see me running. Fractures.
I started water skiing at the age of 4. My father was a champion barefooter, and he would take my brother and I down to the river every weekend, and we would water ski. And it just progressed over the years. And eventually I became a competitive wakeboarder, competing all around Australia, competing overseas. So it consumed my life for more than 10 years. By the age of 19, I was a 3-time state champion wakeboarder. I had competed at the Extreme Games, which is the highest level that you can compete at in the sport. And then eventually I went on to becoming an Australian champion wakeboarder. So during that time, we always needed to do something when we weren't wakeboarding, and wake surfing was the answer. It's lower impact on your body. It's very accessible. It doesn't matter if it's windy. It doesn't matter if it's raining. It doesn't matter if there's rollers in the water. You can just wake surf everywhere. 35 years later, I'm still on the boat and just having a great time. In life, you get what you pay. When you're paid peanuts, you get monkeys working for you.
This consumer chose to train with one of my competitors. The service was half the price of mine. Before the client went to the training, his emotional intelligence score came in at 77. After the training and investing tens of thousands of dollars, the client's emotional intelligence dropped by 12 points. He felt more stressed, and sales have continually declined since the training. Remember that your earning potential is your greatest asset, and you need to protect it with your life. If you'd like to learn how to make more money in less time, go to my website, www.danieltolson.com.
Hi, I'm Kylie DeBrias-Backer, and I'm here at Perform at Your Best. And I have to tell you from the bottom of my heart that if you have ever wanted more, wondered why you can't have, or thought negative thoughts, not liked what you've seen in the mirror, you have to come and do this course. It will change the way you think and feel about yourself and open up a whole new world of opportunities. Come.
Our team is awesome. All the boys get along great together, and whenever we go riding, we just have the best time on the water. It's great. My name is Daniel Tolson. I'm 25 years old, and my hometown is Windsor.
And I ain't down for this game. The feeling keeps creeping like I'll never love again. Can't we go back to the day we were friends? Back when we were flames caught in Lois Lane. Back when we exchanged the lockets. But now I see that you called the locksman. Back when I was giving you crayons to check in boxes. Back when I was scared of monsters. But now it seems that love has lost us. We run the ship aground. I feel like we'll never be found. And baby, quit playing that night down. You acting all nuts, stop it. Don't make me get the straight jacket out the closet. I lied to the doctor and tell him you lost it. All you girls always tripping. Baby, stop. Baby, it's not my baby. No. So what if he looks like me? I feel like a lot of people look like me. You Australians, tell me what to waste. Okay, he does have my nose in my face. Let me explain. Let me explain. Oh, the kid is illegitimate, but my reason for being girl is legitimate. You should consider it. It was like 6 months since we had gotten intimate. Went over the talk, I ended up hitting it. Trying to hide my wickedness, all up in my business. Your demeanor is inquisitive, just like a detective is. Every time you talk, your voice is littered with the bitterness. My love is in the pieces, we should pick up the remnants. Every time you talk, you begging me to spill. Every time I tell, you know it's a tall tale. I can't even go, he's trying to play show and tell. I try to give you heaven, in return I get hell. Oh well, Lord forgive my imperfection. My wife saw my girl shopping in the baby section. I take it all back if I had one wish. $4 million diamond will get me out of this. Poke, she got me in a corner. I can eat tonight. I can sleep tonight. Baby, can that be my daughter? I can hear it cry. I can hear it cry. Yeah. If some business is the one that listens, I'm reaching for my pocket.
I met Daniel 2 years ago. At that time, I don't have any goal, and I struggle a lot with expanding my team, my business, entrepreneurial journey.
And what we say is with 100x DNA, you have so much DNA that your DNA could be stretched out from where you are today.
Learning from Daniel Tolson has been a hugely transformative experience for me.
I've become more confident, have my belief, and I've decided to pursue with my dream.
Understand myself better, and also removing some of my blockages personally.
And it's really wonderful because it helps me a lot on learning, particularly on going through the processes.
So as coaches, you always want to test your intuition, because when you listen to your intuition and you act on it, you'll find that you get things right.
I feel that it's very useful for us in meeting people like myself. I'm doing sales, so this is very important.
Through on this, right, I can use this knowledge, right, communicate to my team.
The way Daniel is conveying the messages is down to earth, very practical, useful, and that gives me the leverage to achieve my goal.
Really helped me with engaging with my clients on a day-to-day basis, and also support them to improve and be successful.
It allows me to work on the weakest area of my life by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area.
And right now, I'm at the point of my life where I am able to think further.
He always goes above and beyond for his students, and I'm very proud to be one of his students. This is where I think 100x DNA today has done extremely well for me and also my colleague.
This is the best investment I've ever made in my life.
It will be your best decision you ever made.
Hello, my name is Brian Tracy, and I would like to introduce to you my good friend and business colleague, Daniel Tolson. Daniel is an experienced business coach who has consulted with thousands of business people to sell more, faster, and easier in any market. Daniel has also consulted with the Australians' top corporations and celebrities. He's a former Australian champion wakeboarder and has helped business people like you to make more sales and a lot more money. One of the new realities of selling is that in every market today, there are more sellers than buyers. The competition is more fierce and determined than ever before. There are fewer customer dollars available for an ever-expanding and desirable assortment of products and services. And whatever got you to where you are today is not enough to keep you there or to get you any further. Your job as a business person is to learn what you have to learn and do what you have to do to become one of the most successful and highest paid business people in your field. Partnering with myself and Daniel, you get to learn from his 30 years of sales experience and the strategies his clients are using to generate hundreds of millions of additional revenues, along with my time-tested and proven focal point business functions and coaching systems. Over the past 36 years, I've personally trained more than 5 million business people. I've consulted with more than 10,000 companies in 79 countries using these exact techniques. And with Daniel here to coach you through them, you'll be assured to attract and keep more customers faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Whether you work with Daniel in a group training or hire him as your business coach, you are guaranteed to increase your sales and income quickly in the months ahead.
Everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off. And everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 100x DNA Masterclass. Go to the chat box. Say good morning to your fellow students. Good morning. And welcome back to day number 2. Well, I hope you're all ready to take your life and your business to the next level, because today we'll be doing that. Karen, good morning. Wong, good morning. Milan, good morning. Hey, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here today, because today we're going to take your business and life to a new level. We've had more than 20,000 participants already enjoying the benefits of this program, and it's proven to be a big hit with people just like you. So your job is to take these ideas and act on them immediately. What did we say yesterday? The more action you take, the more money you make. Type it up in the chat box. The more action you take, the more money you make. And congratulations for those who applied for our mastermind. And congratulations to those who are accepted. Well done. Excellent action taking. We look forward to partnering with you. And we know that people like you will go on to become a very big success. So today, let me ask you, how many of you want to live your best life? Go to the chat box. How many of you want to live your best life? How many of you want to wake up every day feeling confident and financially secure? Excellent. Well, today I'm going to give you plenty of new ideas to do that. So welcome to session number 1. Today, session 7 is going through till 10 a.m. and we'll take a break at 10 a.m. this morning. Now, it's my belief that 1 million business people woke up this morning feeling stuck and not knowing what to do next. And that is because of the 3 biggest problems. And they are fears, doubts, and limiting beliefs. And how we overcome these is by upgrading our mindset. We start by catapulting our influence, accelerating our impact, and unleashing those new income levels. And to do that, we've got to break through those fears, those doubts, and those limiting beliefs. So, which are the fears that were impacting you? If you're a D style, it's going to be a fear of losing control. If your fear is losing control, type in losing control. If you're an I style, then your fear is going to be a fear of rejection. If you're a an S style, then you're going to have a fear of losing your stability. Who's an S style? Type in stability. That'll be your fear. And the C style, it's a fear of making a mistake. So go to the chat box and let me know which of those fears are holding you back. Because it's only once you overcome those, then you can start to live life on your terms. It's then you can become an impactful leader. And it's then you can start to leave a legacy. But if you have these fears, like the fear of losing control, the fear of rejection, the fear of making a mistake, if you fear getting things wrong and you don't take action, then that's going to be your biggest obstacle of success. So let's start today with an overview of what we learned yesterday. And this is going to be an opportunity for everybody to share what you learned yesterday. So go to the chat box and tell me, what was one key learning from yesterday? What was one key learning from yesterday? And what I know is this, is that people who contribute to this exercise tend to be the people who succeed the fastest. But the people who don't contribute, they just sit there, they don't share an insight, they're the people who always fail first. So I'm going to see today who's going to succeed first by putting in an insight, and then we'll know if people emit an insight, they're going to be the ones who fail first. So what did you learn? Go to the chat box, tell me, what did you learn on day 1? Tracy, the result of the DISC report was very enlightening. Isn't it interesting what you can learn? See, in 10 to 15 minutes completing your online assessment, you can quickly learn more about yourself than in 10, 20 or 30 years of self-discovery. The old way of trying to do it by yourself doesn't work anymore. You've got to do it fast. Look how fast the world changed in COVID. Look at how many of you lost jobs. Your incomes dropped almost immediately. And we're going to see more things like that in the year ahead. So we have to be able to learn and apply so much earlier and so much faster. Raj, thank you for being in the hot seat with me yesterday. You've got to develop yourself into the person you need to be. Absolutely 100%. One of the challenges with the S and the C style, as we spoke about yesterday, Raj, is that they tend to change so slowly. The whole world has moved on and they're still waiting. The other thing, if you're a high S or a high C person, one of the beliefs of the high S and high C people is they believe that time is going to solve their problems. If they're just really patient and they wait things out, then time is going to solve their problems. But that's not the truth, because we heard from Raj yesterday. He's been doing his job for 30 years. He's getting paid to do 38 hours of work every week, yet he's working up to 60 hours. And he's at 60 years old and he doesn't have much more time left. So if you're an S or a C style person, that patience, that virtue of patience that you have, it doesn't help you. it hurts you and it makes things worse. And what you've got to learn to do is you've got to learn strategies to change faster. It's not just saying to yourself, hey, I'm going to change faster. You've got to learn strategies to do it faster. Thank you, Raj. Pamela, I learned about how I perceive myself and others. Yes, we can have a self-perception and then there's a perception of others. And if our self-perception is different to the way that other people perceive us, we're going to have big problems. It can create a lot of conflicts. Rizzle, understanding my disc style, very accurate. Ming, clear view of myself. Joseph, knowing oneself is half battles win. Joy, 1% better every day. Karen, identify our pattern and break it. Marissa, knowing how to navigate strengths and weaknesses. You've got to master yourself. Yeah. If you can't master yourself, you'll never master business. Rickson, disc. And for me, influence. Excellent. Millen, emotions are the accelerator for achieving results. Absolutely. We'll talk about that in session 11 today, where we will discuss goal setting and how to actually put our foot on that accelerator. Excellent. So all of you who made contributions there, you're the people who are going to succeed the fastest. It always happens. So welcome to session number 1. What we learned yesterday, we learned about your DNA activation strategies. We learned how to harness emotions. You learned how to break free of your comfort zone. You learned about your disc styles. And in session 7 today, we're going to uncover the root cause of fears and doubts. You're going to be able to describe the 4 steps to boost your confidence. And you'll be able to have a 3-phase plan for emotional stability. So I want to tell you a story. A couple of months ago, my friend went to the dentist. My friend went to the dentist because she had a cavity in her tooth and it was really hurting. And she was at the dentist and the dentist had looked at it and said, this tooth I'm going to have to remove. And she said, I was just coming in for a filling. He said, yes, I know you wanted a filling, but the tooth has to be extracted. So my friend said, how much to extract the tooth? And the dentist said, $100. And my friend was shocked. She got sticker shock. She got price shock. And she said to the dentist, $100? How long is it going to take to extract the tooth? And the doctor said, 5 minutes. She said, $100 for 5 minutes? That's really expensive. And the dentist smiled and replied and said, if time is your only concern, I can pull it out slowly. Millen, you got it. What do you want? You want the tooth coming out fast or do you want it coming out slow? And the truth is, you can change fast or you can change slowly. And slowly is also very painful. So I want you to go to the chat box. Have you ever given up on a dream or a goal? Have you ever given up on a dream or a goal? And what was it? Go to the chat box. Thank you, John. John has. Who's given up on a dream or a goal, and what was it? Joseph has. What was the dream? What did you give up on? Rickson, investing in stocks. The rest is history. Yeah, my parents lost about $800,000 doing that. Tracy, to own a home again. Marissa, to be a leader. I thought I was okay to be a support to the leader. Joseph, to begin being an entrepreneur and being a property developer for Allison. So I believe that we've all had goals and we've all given up on our dreams or our goals. It's part of human nature and there's nothing wrong with that. It happens to all of us and sometimes there's good reasons why we don't do it. Sometimes we have a dream and a goal and it just doesn't suit our personality style. Has that been you before? I used to think that I wanted a team of 1,000 people. That was one of my goals. I'm going to have a dream of 1,000 people working for me. And I look at one of my cousins. He has 500 employees in his business. And I say to myself, that's not what I want. What I want is I want freedom. I'm looking for more freedom. Is that true for you, Tracy? I want more freedom. If I have 1,000 employees, I don't care who you are and what you know, you're not getting more freedom. You're getting less freedom. So we've got to decide, what is it that we really want? And I learned this when I was living in Dubai. My wife and I, we were both working with Emirates Airline. And cabin crew, we used to say that we had the champagne lifestyle on the lemonade wage. And what that meant was we had this billionaire lifestyle, yet we're only earning 5 figures. And you know what? Everybody I worked with was happy. Everybody had happiness. Everybody had peace of mind. And we used to serve these millionaires. We used to serve these billionaires sitting in business and first class. And I'll tell you what, I never met a happy millionaire or a billionaire. They were always time poor. Money wasn't the problem. They had all the money in the world, yet they just didn't have any time. And so they're out there trying to make more money, build a bigger business to get more time. But the cost was time with their family, time with their loved one. So I really want you to consider your dream and your goal. Is it just a pipe dream? Or is it something that you're really passionate about? For me, it was a pipe dream to employ 1,000 people, because as I started to look at doing that, I wouldn't get to do what I loved. I'd be more doing management and leadership than doing what I wanted. So you've got to have a look at what your goal and dream is. And if it's not the right goal for you, then you've got to change it. Because the wrong goal for you will only give you more stress. It will only bring more unhappiness, sadness, and disappointment into your life. Does that make sense? I'll give you another example. It was 2008. The previous year, I just lost a business that I've been working for years, lost all my time, lost all my money, but I reset and I started again. And I thought to myself, what do I want to do with my life? Well, I joined Emirates Airline. I set a goal to become a leader, and I ended up leading a team of 17,500 people. Isn't that cool? Co-leading a team of 17,500 people. That was awesome. But at the same time, I also wanted a side hustle, and I wanted to do coaching on the side. So I set a goal to earn $1 million per year on my side hustle. Who here would love to earn $1 million a year? Okay. I was earning $50,000 a year, co-leading a team of 17,500 people. And I had a side hustle goal to earn $1 million in 1 year. I'm earning $50,000 per year, plus all my bonuses, to lead a team of 17,500, and I've got to do that full time. And then in my spare time, I'm going to try to make $1 million in a year. Is there a bit of a calculation error here? Millen's laughing at me. Marissa, 100%. It didn't make sense. I can say it now and it doesn't make sense, but back then, I thought it made sense. Does anybody else have a goal like that? Your side hustle goal is bigger than your income goal that you're earning now, yet you're going to try to do it on 1 or 2 hours a week. Pamela, yeah, it was too big a goal. So I set this goal. You know I'm a high I. So enthusiastic, so optimistic. And I set this big goal, but every day that I worked on it, I actually felt like I was getting further away from the goal. I never felt like I was getting closer to the goal. And even if I made a couple of $100, instead of feeling that I was getting close to the goal, I actually felt like I was getting further away. Have you felt like that before? And so at the end of the first year, I wasn't even close to the million. But because I was stubborn, because I refused to change, I just set the goal again and said, this year I'm going to do it. I'm just going to work harder this year. I'm just going to try harder this year. I'm just going to be more disciplined this year. Have you heard those words come out of your mouth? Have you heard those between your ears? But I didn't change myself. So here I am, I'm trying to make $1 million in the side hustle. I get my side hustle income to about $80 an hour, making a couple of $100 every month, but I'm still not getting close to my goal. And then what I started to realize a year or two after, I actually realized that this wasn't possible. But I wouldn't give up on it, although it was impossible. And so this stubbornness came in, and instead of this goal helping me, it actually did more damage. Because instead of feeling that I was moving forward and becoming successful, month after month, quarter after quarter, year after year, I just had convinced myself that it was not possible. And so I sabotaged my own success. Anybody else done that before? So I realized that my goal was too big. And the problem was, it's not that I couldn't earn $1 million. It was just that I was trying to do it too soon. So my goal was not realistic based on time. Are you with me? I can do $1 million a year now, no dramas. But in my first year as a side hustle, that was just ridiculous. So I want you to fully consider your goals today. That goal that you want, it might be realistic over time, but what's realistic for you in the next 12 months? That's the most important thing. Because if you set a goal and you achieve it, then what will happen is you will believe the next goal you set, you'll then be able to achieve. Because when you have a track record of success, every time you set a goal, you'll believe 100% you'll be able to achieve it. But if you set a goal and fail, then you'll convince yourself success is not possible. And the next time you set a goal, you're going to assume that you're going to fail. Are you with me? And if you failed on your last goal and if you failed on the goal before that, then if you set another goal today, the mindset is already negative and you won't believe it's possible. Does it make sense? I know a lot of you, 98% of you don't want to hear that. I know that. But the 2% of you who have got open minds, like a parachute, it makes sense, doesn't it? Does it make sense? Give me a yes in the chat box. Because you've got to set yourself up for success. You can't set yourself up for failure. And nobody had the balls to tell me. Imagine that. Everybody went along with it, but nobody actually said, Daniel, that's ridiculous. People, family, friends allowed me to fail because nobody had the balls or the courage or the respect to say, hey, that's ridiculous. Are you with me? Helen, does that make sense? So today, I want you to be realistic. What is a goal that you can set and achieve? That when you set and achieve it, you will have 100% belief in yourself. Because once you learn to do that, then things are possible. So let me introduce you to a guy named Mihal. Mihal came to me. He didn't know how to start his business, but he had an open mind and his eyes were open, by the way. I know that his eyes are closed here, but his eyes were open and he wanted to learn new ways to do things. Now, he didn't have any leadership skills. He didn't know how to build a team, but he knew that the key to building a team was through leadership. So with NLP, he learned how to communicate better with his clients. He learned how to avoid conflict and he learned how to manage his employees. Now, after 3 years, he grew from 3 people to 150 employees with offices across Australia. And today he's got revenues that are exceeding $35 million per year. So let's hear from Mihal and let's see what he did.
Hi, so my name is Mihal O'Keefe. I just attended Daniel Tolson's Perform at Your Best seminar. It's been a terrific 3 days. I've learned a lot of different things about myself, in particular to the stuff that actually holds me back. And what I realized along the way was there was actually a lot of limiting beliefs that I had, limiting decisions, and actually a lot of negative emotions that were holding me back from actually achieving what I wanted to achieve. I had phenomenal success today. So I had a pine board, and what I did was I broke through all them fears. I just actually smashed through the whole thing, made a complete difference, and I realized that I'm in charge of the results that I want to get. So overall, it's been a phenomenal couple of days. I've really enjoyed it, and if you have the opportunity, you need to get here. This can make a severe difference to your life, whether it's your personal life, your business, or even your health. What it is just a toolkit to keep moving forward and actually get the best out of you so you can actually achieve your maximum potential.
So let's unpack it. He's making $35 million per year. He's got 150 employees And he had to break through his fears, his doubts, and his limiting beliefs to get there. That was his biggest obstacles to success. Now, the rule of success is this, is if you just do what other successful people do, then you're going to get the same result. But if you don't, you won't get it. So what happens with people who fail? People who fail don't think they have to do what successful people do. They think they can do anything else and get success, but it doesn't work like that. If you just find what successful people do, they learn NLP and leadership. If you do what other successful people do, then you'll get the same results. But if you don't, you won't. And that's the rule of success. Just do what successful people do, like Mihor, and learn how to break through those major limitations. And what we call it is we call it self-management. Now, fear and doubt, please write this down. Fear and doubt are two emotions that have a negative impact on our ability to achieve success. These emotions prevent you from taking risks and trying new things. Now, your fears are rooted in your insecurities, and it can lead to you to avoid opportunities that may help you grow and succeed. So some of you may be afraid of failure, and this fear actually causes you to make more bad decisions. Doubt works in a similar way. It undermines your confidence. And when you doubt yourself, you second guess yourself and you make more bad decisions. Now, there's a couple of consequences of not addressing these emotions, and they can be really significant. You start to avoid income earning opportunities. Secondly, you miss out on growth. And thirdly, you never get to achieve your goals. It slows down your process and you'll never actually reach your full potential. So the longer that you avoid these emotions, the more ingrained they become within you. And it makes it super difficult to achieve anything in your future. The older you get, the harder it becomes. It doesn't get easier over time. Have you noticed that? Did you notice it was easy in the first 30 years, Tracy? Wasn't it easy in the first 30 years? Doesn't it get harder in the second 30? It's because all of these fears, doubts, insecurities become ingrained in everything that you do until the point you become your own worst enemy. So who here wants to get rid of these fears? Do you want to overcome these fears? Do you want to get rid of these insecurities? Do you want to make life easier for yourself? Well, let's learn how to manage it, because you've got to learn how to manage this part of your personality. So as we spoke yesterday, self-management is the ability to get out of any mental or emotional rut that you find yourself in. Now, self-management includes self-control. It includes discipline. And it's also developing a positive psychology. Now, Inc. magazine, they recently reported on self-control, and they were asking the question, what is self-control? Well, in reality, self-control really means discipline. And most people who are failing today lack self-control. They lack discipline. So let's learn how to improve our levels of self-control. Let's learn how to become more disciplined. Because wouldn't you agree that if you were just more disciplined, you would have got what you wanted? Tracy's nodding her head. I was going to get a tattoo once, Tracy. I was going to get a tattoo. I don't have any tattoos, but I was going to get one. And I was going to get this big tattoo across my chest that said discipline. Because every time that I was honest with myself when I'd fail, it was because I lacked the discipline. True, Tracy? Nobody stopped me. Nothing to do with my mum or dad, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, government, world, husband, wife, children, money. It was none of that. It came down to me. And I was going to get this big tattoo that said discipline. Because I know every time I've succeeded, I had discipline. Every time I've failed, I lacked the discipline. And if we can develop discipline, then our life gets really good. So please go to page 13 and let's learn about self-management. Okay, here we go. First strategy. How would you describe self-management? So on the top of page 13, how would you describe self-management? I want you to put your thoughts and feelings there. How would you describe self-management? Secondly, do you feel you are consistently managing your emotions? Why or why not? Thirdly, explain a time when you applied self-control when your emotions were forcing you to act. Fourthly, explain a time when you had an emotional hijacking and you acted before thinking. What was the reality of the situation? So I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes to do the exercise. Really important. Pour out your heart into this one. Because once you start to see the pattern and you realize that you are in control, almost immediately your life can go in a new direction. Okay, enjoy the exercise.
Far in the distance, there's a promise. It seems far in the distance. I put it on the altar, though it was mine. I put it on the altar. There's a greater city we have not seen. We're all waiting in the in-between. We're all seeking our homeland. We're all seeking our homeland. We're all seeking our homeland. We're all seeking our I've been a traveler, my destination is unknown. I've been a traveler. I've been a foreigner with no place to call my own. I've been a foreigner. There's a greater city we have not seen. We're all waiting in the in-between. We're all seeking our homeland.
Okay, let's do this. Okay, Jeffrey Yao. Jeffrey Yao, good morning. Give me a wave. Jeffrey, good morning. There we go. My friend, working hard there all weekend. Welcome to 100x DNA, day 2. How you doing there? When you're ready, just press your unmute button. Just press it one more time, and away we go. Hey, good morning. How you doing there?
Okay.
Excellent. Wonderful. What have you learned about yourself so far?
Well, understanding yourself.
And what did you understand about yourself today? What have you learned?
Very, like what the report say, I tend to be very conscious of what I want to do, and shall we say, I'm very like to be a detailed person, using where I want things to be more precise so that I have a definite direction to go. At the moment, I do not have any fixing, but I looking a direction where I am able to do something that I can have a passive income so that I'm able to build a fund to help the poor.
Excellent.
That's one of my goals.
Excellent. Well, let's do some hot seating. Let's learn about your style and let's see if we can get you there faster. So, Jeffrey, if you could wave a magic wand, if you could achieve any goal, what would you want to achieve in the next 12 months? What is the most important goal for you to achieve in the next 12 months?
To get a passive income where I can generate fund to help the poor in 6 months to 12 months.
Excellent. And what's the number that you're aiming for? With that passive income, is it 500 a month, 1,000 a month, or a certain amount over the year? How much is it?
At least 10,000 a month.
10,000 Sing dollars?
Yes.
Excellent. Wonderful. So that gives you around about 120,000 for the year. 10,000 a month, 120,000 for the year.
What is that?
And how many lives will that impact? So you get 120,000 passive income. How many lives is that impacted?
It depends how many I can help. For me,
So on 120,000?
I cannot, but try to help as many people as I can.
On 120,000, how many do you think you could hit? Would it be 500? Would it be 1,000 lives impacted? How many would it be?
Maybe say within 500.
500? Beautiful. Excellent. Now, this passive income of 120,000 to impact 500 lives in a year, what are 3 things that excite you about achieving the goal? And remember, when we ask this question, it's what excites you. It's the emotional component of the goal setting, because a lot of people do logical goal setting. Hey, here's my numbers, but they never have an emotional reason. Logic is left brain, emotion is right brain. And when you have both logic, reason, and emotional reason to achieve these goals, then your brain starts to work together to achieve this. So what are 3 things that excite you about bringing in 120,000 and impacting 500 lives?
Well, one is emotion, and the other is logic.
Mm-hmm. What's the emotional component? What excites you about it? And this will be more challenging for you because when you look at your report, as you mentioned before, you tend to be more logical and factual. And that's great for setting the goal, but achieving the goal requires emotion. So here's, everybody point to your head. We set the goal consciously, logically, and then we achieve the goal unconsciously. So the conscious mind is the goal setter. Point to here. The conscious mind is the goal setter. Millen, come on. Point to the brain. The conscious mind is the goal setter, and the unconscious mind is the goal getter. And this is a big reason why people fail when it comes to goal setting. They're super logical, and that's conscious mind, but they never emotionalize it. Okay, so Jeffrey, what are 3 things that excite you? And you're not allowed to mention logic. It's got to be all emotional.
The satisfaction of seeing people come up from their situation, especially those I have seen, the handicapped, the poor, to pull them out of their misery, you see, give them a better life. Helping people move on. I have been in this situation, so I know what it's like. The feeling these people go through. It's very sad seeing people like that having to suffer without the support. That's why I'm looking to the financial reason, facility, so that I'm able to help people. At the same time, also my family, I can show them that I'm able to do. Because most of them, everyone I know of, tell me you cannot do it. Impossible for you.
Excellent. So notice how this is more emotional. Can you sense this, ladies and gentlemen? There's a real reason here why Jeffrey wants to do this. It comes from the satisfaction of people changing their lives and their circumstances, helping the handicapped, helping the poor. This is what's called an altruistic driving force. And some people are more altruistic, which Jeffrey is as he speaks about this goal. He's going to get joy and satisfaction from helping them have a better life. The more people Jeff helps, the better he's going to feel about himself. True, Jeffrey?
Yes.
Yes. And then helping people move on because you've been in that same situation. So what we're doing here is we're making the goal both logic and emotional. And the truth is, the more reasons why you want to achieve your goal, the less chance of failure you'll have. Because most people actually don't have a reason to achieve their goals other than logic. There's no emotion behind it. And that's why they give up too soon. So Jeffrey, beautiful. Passive income, 120,000, impacting 500 lives. And what you get is the satisfaction of helping people.
Right.
You give them a better life, you're helping people move on, and you know what it feels like because you've been in that situation. True?
Right. True.
Excellent. Wonderful. Now, where are you starting from? In relation to bringing in 120,000, how much are you bringing in passively right now?
Now, at my age, I'm trying to look where I have to do the minimum so that I'm able to at least work on it to grow. So far now, what I'm doing a, shall we say, freelance, is it, where I work, I have money. I'm doing like those work like traffic control, of which rain, shine, I have to be there.
Yep.
To work. There's no guarantee there's work every day.
Okay.
So it's very difficult for me to hit the amount that I want. So I am looking for other source where I'm able to go through. And being in the situation when I'm down, I have, very honestly speaking, you ask me money, I don't have. I'm, shall we say, in the rate very low, for which I have a responsibility to those people who I owe them. And this is my obligation I also have to fulfill. Besides building a fund to help the poor and handicapped, this is.
So let me ask
I'm able
again,
to earn,
I just want to get clarity on this one, Jeffrey. For you, the goal is 120,000 passive income. And let's have a look at the gap. How much passive income do you have coming in at the moment? To me, it sounds like zero. Or maybe less.
At the moment, it's zero.
Zero. Okay. Okay. Perfect.
I'm working on it.
Perfect. Okay. So I want you to consider this. What's the temperature in Singapore today? 30 degrees already?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. Now, if the temperature went up by 1 degree, would you feel the 1 degree shift in temperature?
You won't feel it. It's about the same.
If it went up by 2 degrees, would you feel the shift in temperature?
Yes, probably you would.
If it went up 3 degrees, would you feel the shift?
Yes.
If it went up 4 degrees, would you feel the shift?
Of course.
If it went straight to 40 degrees, would you feel it?
Whoa.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So, Jeffrey, may I share some feedback with you? And the reason why I want to share this feedback is because I think that this goal that you've got might be too big too soon. Could I share some feedback with you?
Yes.
And the reason why I want to share this feedback is because as a coach, I'm here to support you. Now, what I know is this, ladies and gentlemen, our body temperature is around about 36 degrees Celsius, around about that. And we call this homeostasis. It's the body's natural body temperature. So where are my mums and dads? Give me a wave. Where are my mums and dads? Now, when your children's temperature goes up by 10%, they go into what's called a hyperprexic state. And if the body temperature goes up by about 10%, then we start to have a fever. If it goes above 10% hotter, like 41, 42 degrees, the body can start to have a meltdown and it can lead to death. Is that true? You rush your kids to the hospital because we try to bring the temperature back down.
That's what you call heat stroke also.
Heat stroke, absolutely. Now, if our temperature drops by 10%, if it goes from 36 down to like 32 or 31 degrees, we start to experience hypothermia as it drops down. And what do? We want to warm the body back up to homeostasis, back to 36 degrees.
Right.
So this is how the body works. If the goal that you have is 10% outside of your comfort zone, you'll get too hot. You're going to freak out. You're going to have a meltdown because it's just too big for you to perceive. So what I say is, if you want to become a millionaire, you first have to become a 100,000-aire. And if you want to become a 100,000-aire, you've first got to become a 10,000-aire. And before you become a 10,000-aire, you've got to become a 1,000-aire. And before you become a 1,000-aire, you've got to earn $100. And before you earn $100, you've got to earn your first dollar. Are you with me, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
Because anything that's 10% outside of your comfort zone, automatically you go into self-sabotage, you overheat, your brain goes, blah, this is too much. So what I want you to think about, Jeffrey, is 0 to 120,000 is a big leap in 1 year, especially if you're starting at 0. So what I would encourage you to do is to reset your goal to something that's incredibly realistic. Because if you set the goal and then you achieve it, then what you get is you get confidence. But if you set the goal and you fall short, you'll lose your confidence. And then when you try to do it again, you're starting from a place of a lack of confidence. Is that a good place to start from?
Agree.
Yeah. So rather than 120,000, what would be more realistic for you, knowing that you're starting at 0?
Probably half of it.
Half of it?
Yes.
What would be even more realistic? Let's ask the community. Community, if he's starting at 0 and he wants to get 120,000, what would be the best place to start? Let's ask the community. Go to the chat box. What would be realistic? David says 10, Mohammed says 1,000, Clara says 30,000, Tracy says 1,000. Wong says up to 5K. Tiang says 100 per month. Kwok says 20K. Millen says 1,000. So out of that feedback, Jeffrey, what do you think's achievable? Now, what's important here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the first time you set a goal, it must have 100% success rate. So you've got to be able to look at this and say, I absolutely 100% can achieve this goal. The first time you set a goal. The second time you set a goal, you can have a 99% chance of success and a 1% chance of failure. After that, you can go to a 98% chance of success and a 2% failure rate. Because for your disc style as well, what we're going to take into consideration is your disc style is a very low risk disc style. So these two styles here avoid risk. Your D and I style here is avoid risk. So you have a very low risk personality. So setting a goal of 120,000 is actually a conflict with your disc style. So even at the start, your mind will say, Jeffrey, not possible. Does that make more sense?
Yes.
And I just want to bring that to your awareness, because I would prefer to see you set a goal to make $1 and succeed. Because if you set a goal to make $1 passively, then you'll say, I can go to 2. If you do 2, you can go to 4. If you can go to 4, you can go to 16. If you can go to 16, you can go to 32. If you can go to 32, you can go to 64. If you go to 64, you can go 128. And you can keep doubling from there. And you'll feel confident about doing it. But if you fail to bring in $1, you'll never think you can achieve 2.
I see you.
I know sometimes these are not nice things to hear, but it's also something that's a reality when it comes to your personality. Your style avoids risk. So when you start the goal setting, make sure you set a goal that is absolutely achievable. So knowing what you now know, you've got feedback from your disc style. You've got feedback from your community. What's a realistic goal to set?
I still will go for 5K a month.
5K?
Yes.
5K per month? Okay, where are you starting from?
From today.
Are you starting from zero?
Yes.
What's the most you've ever made in a month from your income when you've worked?
I've worked 5K a month.
5K. So were you previously employed?
Well, it's through my work.
What's the most you've ever earned in a year working full time?
Oh, my earlier days I've earned about 30K.
33 for the whole year.
That was one of the year I was able to earn that amount.
Okay. So what you're trying to earn passively is greater than you've ever achieved working full time.
Correct.
Do you remember my story I told you before? I was earning $50,000 a year as a leader, co-leading a team of 17,500 people. That was my full-time job. And my side hustle goal was to earn $1 million per year. Does that make sense to you, Jeffrey?
Yes. Because at that time when I was earning that amount, I was also doing, like you said, full-time. It's from there that I shift up to do on freelance, where I work on projects where I'm able to set my goals to achieve the target. I've done that, but now things have changed.
Okay.
And because of my education, I don't have that high, I have problems achieving, getting to where I want.
Okay. Well, one of two things is going to happen, Jeffrey. One of two things. You're going to set a goal that's realistic and you're going to achieve it. And when you do that, you get confidence. You get self-belief. You get greater levels of courage. That's the first option. The second option is you can set a goal that's unrealistic. If it's unrealistic, immediately you'll self-sabotage. You'll never have 100% confidence. You'll never have 100% courage to go all in. And when you fail on that goal, everything else after that becomes harder. So what I want you to do, you're at a fork in the road. You've got to decide on the goal that you need to set and its probability of success. And the probability of success based on where you're starting from must be 100% probability of success. If you are not 100% convicted that you will achieve that amount of money, you'll fall short immediately. You'll end up procrastinating, you'll end up overthinking, you'll get stuck in your comfort zone.
Agree.
Okay. So I want you to go away and think about it. And then by the end of the day, send me over a message and tell me what is realistic and 100% achievable. Okay, that's your job. Okay, give him a round of applause. Well done. Okay. Success is so important for all of us. Now, here's a great video that highlights the importance of self-belief. Let's watch this one. Beautiful video. Here we go.
Oh, look who's here. Is it from your father? From the back.
Unbelievable. Dreadful. You're doing good. You're enjoying everything, all right? Excuse me. How you doing? Glad you come by.
Can I talk with you?
Sure.
Can we do it outside? So you're going through with this?
Yeah, I start training tomorrow.
Hey, Rob. I made some connections. I could make some money on this, endorsements.
Absolutely, do that.
Thank you, Rob.
Sure.
Okay. So you nervous about the fight?
They're scared to death.
You don't look scared?
Well, you ain't supposed to.
Then you don't have to do it.
Yeah, well, I think I do.
You know, living with you, it hasn't been easy. People see me, but they think of you. Now with all this going on, this is gonna be worse than ever.
It don't have to be.
No, sure it does.
Why? You got a lot going on, kid.
Well, my last name? That's the reason I got a decent job. That's the reason why people deal with me in the first place. Now I start to get a little ahead. I start to get a little something for myself, and this happens. Now I'm asking you as a favor not to go through with this, okay? This is only gonna end up bad for you, and it's gonna end up bad for me.
You think I'm hurting you?
Yeah, in a way you are.
It's the last thing I ever wanted to do.
I know that's not what you want to do, but that's just the way that it is. Don't you care what people think? Doesn't it bother you that people are making you out to be a joke and that I'm gonna be included in that? Do you think that's right? Do you?
You ain't gonna believe this. But you used to fit right here. I'd hold you up and say to your mother, this kid's gonna be the best kid in the world. This kid's gonna be somebody better than anybody ever knew. And you grew up good and wonderful. It was great just watching you every day. It was like a privilege. Then the time come for you to be your own man and take on the world, and you did. But somewhere along the line, you changed. You stopped being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame, like a big shadow. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, now go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you wanna be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that. I'm always gonna love you no matter what. No matter what happens. You're my son, you're my blood. You're the best thing in my life. But until you start believing in yourself, you ain't gonna have a life. Don't forget to visit your mother.
Okay, who's seen the Rocky movie before? Have you seen that one? Do you remember that video clip? Okay, Karen Tiang. Karen, good morning. I saw you watching the video clip. What did you learn from the video clip? Hey Karen, good morning. How you doing there?
Hi, good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you. I saw you watching that video clip. What did that remind you of?
Yes.
What stood out to you?
Yeah, what stand out for me is not to be concerned about what everyone say and be influenced by that, but to believe in myself and be focused on what I want to do and believe that I can reach that goal step by step.
And on a scale of 0 to 100, how much self-belief do you have in yourself right now?
It's getting better, I must say. After attending the yesterday and today's, yeah, it has helped me to somehow break through some kind of belief. I have the same problem also, like in the video, excuse me. So this is something that I need to battle in my everyday life. And yeah, I'm very thankful for these 2 days session with you. It has really helped me a lot because I'm stuck because of all this. Yeah. So the other thing is I see that the father is very supportive of his son, and he really encouraged him. So as a mother, I'm also learning that part of it. Yeah, how to encourage my children.
Do you know how to encourage your children, ladies and gentlemen? Would you like to know how?
How?
Children don't listen to what you say.
Yes, usually.
They only watch what you do.
Hmm.
And children have what's called a bullshit detector. And the truth is, and we're going to talk about this later on this afternoon, is you can't give what you don't have.
Mhm.
If you don't have belief in yourself, you can't expect your children to believe in themselves.
Yeah, true.
And it's so important as parents, and I've got 2 children, that we go out and achieve our goals. I'm not saying we've got to achieve other people's goals. We have to achieve our goals. And it doesn't matter how big or how small it is. It's the achievement of the goal that is important. Because
Yes.
if I set a goal, let's say to earn $5,000, and I achieve that $5,000, I get self-belief and confidence.
Yes.
And because I've achieved the goal, I can look at my children in the eye and say, I set and achieved that goal. If you set and achieve your goal, I believe in you unconditionally 100% that you can achieve your goals.
Yes.
But if I set a big goal and fail,
Mhm.
how can I look at my children in the eye and say, you can set and achieve any goal in your life? It's not possible, is it?
Yeah, I resonate with what you talk about just now about setting realistic goals. Yeah, and that's very important. It actually helps us to earn our own confidence step by step to get to our goals. Yeah, very important.
It's realistic for us.
Yes.
It's realistic for where we're starting from. It's got to be
Yes.
realistic based on my knowledge, my skill, my level of energy, my other commitments in life. I
Yeah.
could have 1,000 employees, but my other goal is to be an attentive father. One of my major goals, Karen, is to walk my children to school every day and to walk home with them every day. And I achieve that every single day. But if I have 1,000 people working for me, who's going to miss out on dad time? The children. Am I going to have a happy wife? No. Wives want to be with their husbands.
Yes.
Children want to be with their father. But if I have a goal to have 1,000 employees and I also have a goal to spend time with my children, then one person or one group of people are going to lose out on time.
Mhm.
So it's got to be realistic, all things considered.
Yes.
And it comes down to belief. So we must set goals that are realistic for ourselves, all things considered. And I'll tell you what, if you set a goal to earn $1 million and you fall short and you earn $100,000, you'll convince yourself that big goals aren't possible.
Yes.
But if you set a goal to make 100,000 and it's realistic and you achieve it, then you'll believe you can get to 200.
Yes.
If you do 200, then you believe you can get to 300, and then you've got a track record of success.
Yeah.
And success begets success. The more success you have, the more success you believe you're entitled to. So let's unpack this for you. Let's have a look at your DISC report. You've got a lot of extreme scores in here, Karen. We call them extended scores. So, first of all, what's your goal? What's that thing that you want to achieve over the next 12 months? What's your goal?
Actually, I'm looking at earning by the next 12 months if I can, I'm zero now actually. I am starting to do some skincare product, MLM, and so I want to achieve like 1,000 first per month, and then gradually grow it. In the 12 months, in the next 12 months, if I can grow to like 3,000 or more, or that's my goal. I'm not aiming too high because this is something that is new to me, and I need to learn the skill. I need to learn to do sales. Yeah, so
100%.
I'm giving myself small steps. Yeah, and then learning to be how to be a leader, because this is an MLM business. I have to have a team
Yes.
These are very important for me. So once it stabilizes, I'm sure it will take off.
Absolutely. So the goal, 1,000 per month. The gap here is 1,000. You've also got to learn sales to close the gap, and you've also got to learn leadership to close the gap.
Yeah.
So a couple of things that will also be in the gap is these extended scores just here.
Mm-hmm.
So what you have here is scores of 98 and 98. So these are extended scores, and what that means, it means that a want becomes a need. So if we go back here and we have a look at these descriptive words, when it comes to managing the pace of your environment, one of the things that your style needs is your style needs systems, your style needs teamwork, and it needs stability. The emotions are patience and non-expression. The fears are a sudden change or a loss of stability and security. So these wants becomes needs. And oftentimes what your style will create is situations where you try to force the world to slow down. Your style is extremely slow moving, yet the environment of network marketing is extremely fast moving.
True. So true.
And this is going to be a conflict. So in coaching, in the accelerator, we work in 4 key areas. There's 4 conflicts. So just think about these for a moment. We have inner conflicts. It's when we want something consciously, but our unconscious mind wants something else. Some people say, I want to be a millionaire, but what I really want is more freedom. So it's automatically a conflict because you know to make $1 million, you've got to give up your time. It's going to take a lot of hard work.
Yes.
So we can have inner conflicts. The second thing is we can have conflict with others. Now, the more extreme your scores are, the more conflicts you're going to have with other people. So for you, your style has an unrealistic fear of losing their stability. It has an unrealistic fear of making a mistake. And what you'll probably find for you, you procrastinate.
Yes.
You're going to put all these systems in place. Once the system's in place, then you're going to take action. And then there's always something else to learn. I got to learn more. And then you get paralysis via analysis. True? And then by the time that you want to express yourself, because it's harder to express yourself, everybody else has gone for lunch and you're still waiting to explain yourself. True?
True.
So this is a me-you conflict. And when you get into network marketing, because of your scores are extremes, you've got to learn to have more flexibility in behavior, because the faster moving people who will want to be a part of your team will just say, you move too slow. We want to go fast, you go too slow. And what they'll look for is they'll look for another upline, or they'll abandon you and they'll go to another company just because you're moving too slow. It's nothing about you as a person. I know you're caring. You want to do the right thing. You don't want to make mistakes. You want the systems in place. But faster moving people say, this is too slow. So that becomes a me-you conflict, and we've got to learn to get along with others, and we've got to learn to adapt our style. The third one is a me-job conflict, and our disc style may not suit our job. So my disc style, do you remember yesterday I said that I always dreamed of becoming a doctor? My disc style is not good for being a doctor. I move too fast, and I like to do it on little information. So my job as a coach requires a lot of intuition. Do you want a doctor operating on you intuitively? Well, Karen, let me sense here. Today we're going to remove your left breast. Well, why would you do that? My intuition tells me to remove your left breast. What would you say to the doctor? Bang, 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 bang. Get out of here, you psychopath. You wouldn't want that disc style doctor. So one of the reasons why I never went and studied medicine, it just doesn't suit my style. And if I did go and do it, I'd be trying to force myself to do something that doesn't suit my style. So we call this a me-job conflict. There's nothing wrong with the job. There's doctors all around the world. The job's fine. It's just my style doesn't suit the job. So let me ask you a question. Is anybody here doing a job that just doesn't suit their personality? Maybe you're a very high S and a high C style, but your boss wants you to stand on stage and speak to 1,000 people. And you're like, I don't want to do that. Many of us are doing jobs that just don't make us feel happy. See, in America, they've done the research. Monday morning, the highest rate of heart attacks take place on Monday morning because people have had their weekend off. They've been away from work. They come back to a high pressure environment that's not good for their personality, and they have a heart attack because it doesn't suit their personality. And like Singh said yesterday, he's been doing this job for 30 years and all he does is work, travel to work. He gets paid for 38 hours, does 60 hours, comes home, falls asleep on the couch. Wife says, go to bed. And what happens is it's not healthy for us. And eventually it leads to heart attack. The second thing that we've also learned is the highest rate of suicide is on Monday afternoon. People go for lunch and they go, I can't go back to that desk. I can't go back to that job. And they literally commit suicide. They throw themselves off the building. And in places like New York, the ambulances are ready before lunch for the heart attack and the fire brigade's ready to clean up the mess after lunch for the suicides. And we call this a me-job conflict. Anybody else felt like that before? Logically, you do the job for money, correct? Well, it's a secure job. I get paid every week. I'm not going to lose the job. It's not what I love. It's not what I hate. I'd prefer to do something else. But, it pays the bills. Kids have got education. I've got a mortgage. I've got payments. Anybody doing a job like that?
Yeah.
So this is a me-job conflict. The fourth thing is a me-environment conflict. And so network marketing, and I've worked with thousands of network marketers. I've got network marketers with teams of 15,000 people in them. And the environment of network marketing is a fast-paced environment. You've got to build and recruit. You've got to build and recruit, and you've got to do it really fast because there's so much competition in network marketing. Somebody changes their compensation plan, everybody's going to leave your team. Bang, I'm going to go to this new company. This new company starts releasing some hot products. What happens? They leave that company and they go to this company. And these leaders, they take their downlines from company to company. And the reason why they keep making money is because they move really fast with the changing market of network marketing. But the ones who are slow to change, who are afraid to change, they get stuck and they don't get the growth. So one of the things that you've got to be aware of is that your style moves at an extremely slow pace. And for network marketing, the environment moves at an incredibly fast pace. So your greatest source of stress is going to be trying to keep up with the market. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Whilst you're trying to build your foundations, somebody else has built the building already. And this is nothing personal. It's just understanding ourselves and the environment. And then through things like NLP, then you start to learn coping mechanisms. You learn flexibility. And the truth is, any style can succeed in any environment if they have the flexibility to adapt. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So these are the things that I want you to be aware of when it comes to your profession is one, you've got to learn to move at a faster pace. And once you learn to move at a faster pace, then you'll get the growth. And for everybody, it's like getting diagnosed with cancer. Just by getting diagnosed with cancer doesn't fix the cancer. You've still got to have an operation and medication. Just like this, just by becoming aware of your style and then saying to yourself, I'm going to move faster, it doesn't change anything because you've still got to learn the strategy to move faster. It's like if I gave you an aeroplane today. Karen, here's a $500 million aeroplane. It's no use to you. You've still got to learn to fly it.
Yeah, I recognize that.
So that's going to be the key for you. Okay, excellent insights.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
My pleasure. Thanks
you.
for sharing. Thanks for sharing. This is the importance of coaching. I bet Karen's never had that conversation with her upline. True, Karen? Never. And this is what coaching does. It enables you to go in the right direction. So let me ask you, if you are going in the wrong direction today and you keep going in the wrong direction every day for an entire year, will the wrong direction get you to the right destination? No. There's an old saying in Turkish that's a Turkish proverb, and it says, it doesn't matter how far you've been going down the wrong road, turn around and go back. My father's a farmer, and he said, Daniel, if you're digging a hole in a place where there's no water, it doesn't matter how good you are at digging a hole. It doesn't matter how nice and pretty the hole is. It doesn't matter how deep you dig that hole. If there's no water, you'll never strike water. You've got to go and dig a hole where there's water, and then you'll find water. So we're going to make sure we're going in the right direction. So I can see Ken's eating lunch already, so we better take a break. So let's take a break now. Let's come back at 10:30, 12-minute break. I'll see you back here at 10:30. Enjoy your break. And if you haven't applied for my 100x DNA Accelerator, do it now. It'll be the program that changes your life. Enjoy your break.
And I'm a trainer and training manager. So at the moment, I am doing some research, and also I've learned some skill in timeline therapy, which I'm applying now for helping some colleagues, some friends, and so on, to help them overcome their anger and their fear and so on as well. So for the moment, my challenges is about getting more clients, help them in the sense that in their blockages, their challenges. So that's the benefit I have got from this class is actually understand myself better, and also removing some of my blockages personally. So that's where I'm starting to move forward with my life.
Hi, I'm Gerard, and I help people to grow their money. Now, I just gone through a very excellent exercise with Daniel and Nini, where I get to see the wheel of life, my wheel of life. And so such a surprising to know and understand the shape came out like an elephant, but it helps me to identify where is my lowest gap and my strongest gap. And by identifying this, it allows me to work on the weakest area of my life and turn it into such a great area by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area to create the life that I can live life on my terms.
Hi, my name is Teresa Wong. I'm a profession as a life planner. I did a navigational coaching together with Nini. At first, a bit nervous because facing about 80 students or classmates at the same time for the first time. However, through the navigational coaching and through the questions that being asked by Nini, I'm able to focus more and know what is the next step I need to take, especially for the next coming 24 hours. And I'm looking forward to increase another 130% of my sales in 3 to 6 months' time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm George Kong. My current work is business transformation. I work with a number of clients across ASEAN. Prior to attending this course with Daniel, I want to transition into a coach and mentor full-time. So moving from consulting to coach and mentoring. So that's my goal, attending 100x DNA with Daniel. So during this time frame with Daniel, I've learned a lot of tools, a lot of techniques. I learned a lot about myself, on how to improve myself and also become a good coach and mentor. Tools and knowledge I've gained really helped me with engaging with my clients on a day-to-day basis and also support them to improve and be successful. So it's been great experience with Daniel, and I would recommend it to anyone. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ramesh Zaidi. I'm from Johor Bahru, the southern state in Malaysia. My professional job is I'm an associate professor in a university in the southern of Johor. And just now I had the opportunity to be on the hot seat for timeline therapy. And the best thing that I experienced was going through the learning process, which I extracted from what I've learned. And I feel that this timeline therapy has given me the better way of looking at issues and problems, which it guides me to look back on how I can learn from certain problems or issues. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Peter Wies. I'm since 20 years in Malaysia, originally from Switzerland. I'm doing mega projects here in Malaysia, Southeast Asia actually. So the reason I'm here is when I met Daniel, I felt very comfortable. And my goal is to expand my business from being in projects into project mentoring on a global scale. So that obviously is quite a challenge for me, or it was. When I met Daniel and 100x DNA, I learned a lot about myself, how to overcome my challenges and improve my attitude to this whole business. And I learned a lot during the sessions, but as well the group, the supporting team is fantastic. So basically the get together and the learning from each other and the way Daniel is conveying the messages is down to earth, very practical, useful, and that gives me the leverage to achieve my goal, what I want to do for this year particularly, and of course in the nearest future.
My main purpose of joining 100x DNA, definitely to invest in myself. Previously, before joining 100x, I feel nervous, full of anxiety in all events. It has transformed me from a shy to what I want to know more about myself. And Daniel's unwavering effort, he always goes above and beyond for his students. And I'm very proud to be one of his students. I may not be his best student, which I try to be, and I hope to be, and continuing to be his student is actually an honor for me. There's so much more than just attending a course. Because for me, over the years of working, I've attended many courses, but not in this manner. There's that human touch that makes the difference, that makes me put in that effort to improve myself more than I know I can be, and also to unleash the potential that I feel I have inside, but it has been dormant all the while. This time round, this extension is just lighting the flame again. Lighted it 2 years ago, and I have been following, although it doesn't mean it ends after the course ends, because it's just studying and not implementing. So for all future students, if I have a way to reach out to you and tell you, join and never hesitate. It will be your best decision you ever made. And I'm glad I made that decision 2 years ago, and I'm very glad I'm here today to meet them live in person. It's, like I said again earlier, an investment in yourself, which you will be sure you're glad you took the leap into 100x DNA. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Maswati Madamin. I'm a veterinarian that retired from the Department of Veterinary Services. My goal is to open up my own veterinary clinic, but due to doubt, fear and limiting belief, I procrastinate and hesitate to open up the clinic. But after attending the Daniel's Tolson 100x DNA Masterclass, I've become more confident, and I have my belief, and I've decided to pursue with my dreams of opening up my own veterinary clinic. So now I've already opened it, and like what Daniel has said, is that you don't have to be perfect to do to pursue your dreams, and just go for it, just do the action, and this is what I'm doing. And now I'm opening it for already about 5 days, and I hope that I can do better with the challenges, and with the help of 100x DNA Masterclass, I will make it as a good investment for me and for my family, and earn the incomes that I expected. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Sundaraj. I've been with Daniel and on this journey since 2020. Learning from Daniel Tolson has been a hugely transformative experience for me, and today's session just reinforced that. It was like a revision at the same time, a learning of new points, new ways of looking at the same thing. And I love that about Daniel and Nini. They always make you think of new ways of refreshing yourself and going forward with your life. And this is where I think 100x DNA today has done extremely well for me and also my colleagues. They look different, they look more confident, they're much more outgoing than they were before the course. So I'm really grateful and I'm thankful that I could be here today to enjoy this session and learn once more. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm DC Lim. I'm in the repair industry. I meet Daniel last year, joined this program, 100x DNA Masterclass, right? I can better understand myself through DISC, and then I can use that to align my goal, and then more easy achieve to my goal. And that at the same time, through on this, right, I can use this knowledge, right, communicate to my team, and more help me to manage my APAC teams.
Hello, my name is Thanakorn from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm in international food trade business. I met Daniel 2 years ago in 100x DNA class, and it's quite interesting because at that time I don't have any goal before, and I struggle a lot with expanding my team, my business, entrepreneurial journey. And the thing I think I really achieved is I know people more. I mentioned a lot about people managing, and it's kind of skills that hardly find in out there. So yeah, once I achieved it, everything is got crazy. It's really good for my life, for my family, and yeah. Today I'm enjoying his live event, and it's really much more interesting because we can feel, we can know much more. So I'm invite you guys to join. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raha. I'm from Johor Bahru.
Everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off, and everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Session number 8 of the 100x DNA Masterclass. This session will go through till 11:15, and then we're going to take another short break. So let me tell you a story. I love this story. Once upon a time, there was a young man, and he was walking down the street, and he happened to see an old man sitting in front of his house. And next to the old man was a dog who was whining and whimpering. Oh! And the young man stopped and asked the old man. He said, "Sir, what is wrong with your dog?" And the old man said, "He's sitting on a nail." The young man said, "He's sitting on a nail? Well, why doesn't he get up?" And the old man replied, "It's not hurting bad enough." So here's the point of the story. For some of you, you're sitting on a nail right now.
And you've been sitting on that nail for a long time. And it's hurting, but it's just not hurting bad enough yet. So what is your nail? What are you sitting on that's bringing you pain? Because I thought about it this morning. Based on what I've heard so far, some of you are in a bad relationship and you haven't got out of that relationship yet. For some of you, you've got problems with your husbands or your wives and it's causing you a lot of pain, but you haven't done anything about it yet. So what is your nail? Some of you, your nail is your attitude towards life. You're blaming other people. You're blaming the government. You're blaming the economy. Some of you, it's your lack of confidence that's causing you problems. It's your poor communication skills. It's your inability to lead and grow a team. But things aren't bad enough for you to make a change. For some of you, you're rationalizing your situation. Well, I'm sitting on this nail because I've got bills to pay. I'm sitting on this nail and I'm in this bad job because I've got children I need to feed. Well, I just don't have enough time to change. The question is, what is your nail? For some of you, you're identifying with your problems. You're saying, I can't succeed because I'm an introvert. I can't succeed because I don't know enough. This is your nail. For some of you, you're justifying the reasons why you're still sitting on that nail. Well, it's my age. I'm now in my 60s. It's too late for me. I don't have the skills. It's hard to learn a new skill. You can't teach old dogs new tricks. For some of you, it's your career. You've been doing your career for 10, 20, 30 years, and it's not your life's purpose. For some of you, you're saying, I'm almost retired. I'll just sit on this nail for another 5 or 6 years. For some of you, your nail is time. You say, well, I have to wake up early to travel to work. It takes me a long time to get home. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, this is your life. What is your nail? See, Bill Gates, who's heard of Bill Gates? Have you heard of Microsoft? Bill Gates said, if you were born poor, it's not your fault. So my apologies. If you were born into poverty, you've got to realize it's not your fault. But what Bill Gates says, he says, if you die poor, it is your fault. So ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to take responsibility for your life. Because for some of you, you've already decided to get off that nail. You've made the intelligent choice. For those of you who have already joined my partnership program, my accelerator, congratulations. So many of you have done it already. Congratulations. Well done. You've decided to get off your nail. But for so many of you, you're still sitting on that nail. You're still howling. Oh! You're still in pain. And what I'm wondering is if next time I see you, will you still be there sitting on that nail? Howling, telling how bad it hurts, and not doing anything about it. So a wise woman once told me, she said there's 2 reasons why people make changes in their life. They either change through inspiration or they change through desperation. See, the truth is it's not what happened to you, but what you're prepared to do about it. Are you going to moan and groan and complain? Oh! And sit on that nail? Or are you going to get up off the nail? And are you going to start to tap into that hidden potential within you? What are you going to do? For those of you who didn't apply for the 100x DNA Accelerator, I sent you a text message last night. I know who's looked at the text message, and I know who hasn't applied. If you're still sitting there on your nail, get up off the nail. Message me back and apply for the accelerator. Let's get your life moving forward. And I want you to remember this quote. to have something you've never had, you have to be willing to do something you've never done before. And for most of you, you've never had a coach. See, all world champions have a coach. Everybody who intends to be the best at what they do, they invest in coaching. And if that's you, if you want to be the very best you can be, then apply for the accelerator now. The link is in the chat box. But if you want to sit on that nail, if you want to moan and groan, and you're not willing to have a coach, then you will never succeed. Because all world champions have a coach. Those ones who never get to the top, they never get a coach. So I encourage you to click on that link now. So are you ready to get off the nail? Or are you going to sit there lying on that nail, making your family's life miserable? Oh! Don't you love that? It's the truth, isn't it? So welcome, session number 8. After completing this session, you'll be able to identify the steps to feel motivated 99% of the time. We'll outline the triggers of conflict and we'll create a plan to eliminate stress. Now, this is Sue Ford. She was sitting on that nail for a long time. See, her parents died suddenly, just within 6 weeks of one another, and she received an inheritance of $800,000. And she spent all that money and a little bit more on expensive holidays, resorts, and she just filled herself up with alcohol. Now, in that time, she also developed depression and she became obese, and she was taking medication for both. In 2016, Sue discovered the 100x DNA Accelerator and she learned NLP. With the help of NLP, she overcame her depression. She stopped taking medication. She lost 35 kilograms in the process. She quit her government job. She started her dream business as a personal trainer. And today she's happy, she's confident, and she's impacting thousands of lives every year. And these are the exact same skills and processes that I'm going to give you in the 100x DNA Accelerator. So who here would love to have transformations like that? Would you like that? Would you like to have those transformations? Excellent. Well, let me show you. This is your training system. This is your training system for the 100x DNA Accelerator. You're going to have scripts and tools and processes, and all you need to do is to read the scripts and tools and processes to do coaching. It's phenomenal. You're going to have DISC leadership training. You're going to learn how to coach through DISC. We're going to show you how to choose the right careers through DISC. You've also got your business in a box. You can launch your business like George. He's making $200 per hour through that. We're going to teach you influence and persuasion. You're going to get all of these training systems. I'm going to teach you how to skyrocket your sales. There's more than 200 strategies in here that my clients are using to make hundreds of millions of dollars each year. I'm going to teach you how to professionally debrief your DISC reports so you can get DISC reports on your family and friends, your work colleagues, and you know how to debrief them professionally. You're going to learn how to change your behaviors using DISC. You saw skyrocket your sales. Excellent. That's one. You're also going to receive your NLP practitioner training system. This training system here is full of strategies and tools. All you've got to do is read the scripts. If you read the script like I did yesterday with Jesse, you can remove anybody's limiting beliefs in under 20 minutes. You'll have your NLP certification test so you can be internationally recognized. You'll also receive a second training system. This strategy here is over 300 strategies to grow and build your business. So everything that you can see here, I'm trying to hold on to it all, you're going to receive. You're going to receive your influencer package. These are all the strategies that I've used to be featured on international television shows, radio shows, and impact millions of lives on social media. You're going to receive those. Also, you're going to be certified as an internationally recognized life coach. This comes as part of the package, and this is your life coaching program here. What it means is you don't need to put a system together. I'm going to give you a system where you can launch your business if that's what you want to do, and you can start life coaching today. You'll have that, and then you'll have more scientific reports that we're going to give you along the way. So, as an insight, for those of you who are joining me for the accelerator, these are all the training systems you're going to receive. Everything there for you to become a superstar, just like Sue Ford. So let's take a deeper dive. Let's start to have a look at the deeper levels of your disc style. So remember, some of you move fast, some of you move slow. So go to the chat box and tell me, do you have a fast moving style or do you have a slow moving style? What is it for you, fast or slow? Fast, super fast, slow. Excellent. And what about your focus? Do you focus on risk or do you focus on avoiding risk? Are you more direct or are you more indirect? Adrian, excellent, avoiding risk. So this is an interesting thing. If your style avoids risk and your goal's too big, what do you think is going to happen? Millen's nodding his head. Yeah. If your style avoids risk, but you're setting a goal that has a very low probability of success, what's going to happen? Millen says self-sabotage. Absolutely. It's because of our personality. Nothing to do with the goal. Your personality says, I don't like big risk. And that's the conversation I was having before when I was having a conversation with having a conversation with Jeffrey. See, high risk wants to avoid risk, but the gap is 120,000. Massive risk, massive chance of failure. So self-sabotage will kick in. Tracy, what if one is slow and one is fast? That's a good question. What if one is slow, one is fast? Well, you're going to have inner conflicts. So, for example, you might have a high D style, which means you're willing to take risks and you're a really fast mover. You might also have a high C style, which means you avoid risk and go at a really slow pace. So within yourself, it's like having an angel on one shoulder saying, go, 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 fast, 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 risk, risk, risk. And the devil on the other shoulder is going, we don't take risks, slow down. And there's a battle inside and you constantly feel conflicted. Is that true, Karen? You know people like this? That's a great question, Tracy. And this is where you need coaching to learn how you manage this style. I mean, it's great to get awareness, but awareness doesn't solve the problem. Now you've got to learn how to manage this. And that's why we call it self-recognition. And then the second stage is self-management. We've got to learn how to manage that or we'll be totally confused. And we set goals, we achieve them over here, we set goals over there, and we don't achieve them. If we have a work environment that needs us to move fast pace, but we're slow pace, we're going to have a conflict and it'll create all sorts of problems. Also, remember, when your style is in conflict, the D style becomes demanding. The I style starts to attack. The S style just complies and follows the rules, even if the rules aren't working. And the C style just avoids problems altogether. So what do you do when you're in conflict? Go to the chat box, let me know. Based on your style, what do you do? Wong, I attack. Allison, avoid. Tracy, complies. Karen, comply. Marissa, comply. And that was the conversation we're having with Singh yesterday. He's been doing a job for 30 years. He's working 60 hours a week and he only gets paid for 38, but he still complies. Did you notice that? And that's because that's what our S and C style will do. It'll just comply. It'll just go along to get along because that style doesn't want to have a conflict. So what happens is they just comply. They just go along. Now, our strengths, when they're overextended, can create problems. So when you put too much energy into this area of disc, then you're going to have problems. So Karen, this is a really great insight for you because Karen and I just explored her disc style. So an overextension. Karen has an overextension in 3 areas. Okay, Karen, I'm just going to come back to your report. You've got an overextension in S and C, and then there's an overextension here in your D style as well, because the score goes below 2. So there's 3 overextensions here. So what's going to happen for Karen is she's going to overanalyze everything. So true, give me a wave, Karen. Yes, nodding and smiling. And secondly, because her steadiness score is 98 and above, she'll procrastinate in addressing change problems. Laughing away, yes, I've done this my whole life. And for the D style, what will happen here, it's not a preoccupation in goals, it's a preoccupation for Karen in avoiding risk. She'll be so occupied in avoiding risk that'll actually be really hard for her to actually get going on her goals. True, Karen, I can see you nodding and smiling here. So we've got to be very mindful of how our personality impacts our goals. Also, we have our personal limitations. Dominant style, too direct and too intense. I style, too disorganized and non-traditional. S style, too indecisive and too indirect. And the C style, too detailed and too impersonal. So what is your personal limitation? Go to the chat box, let me know, what is your personal limitation? For me, one of mine is I'm a high D style. I just like to be direct, but sometimes I'm just too direct. And I've always got to monitor that. All of us have to constantly be aware of this. Ken, too direct, too intense. Ken, I was in a meeting the other day. The Zoom camera turned on. The clock hit 001 and I said, well, what's today's agenda? Let's get down to business. And nobody had the chance to say hello. And sometimes my wife gives me a little bit of an elbow and she says, husband, you've got to say hello. So I comply and I say, yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, how are you today? What's the agenda? Are you with me, Ken? Cool. So all of our styles have limitations. Raj, too detailed. Excellent. Marissa, too direct and intense. Too disorganized. But an organized mess. Excellent. Now remember, this is what your style wants. So when you're setting goals, you've got to make sure your goals are in alignment with what you want. So the D style wants control and variety. The I style wants approval and less structure. The steadiness style wants routine and harmony. And the conscientious style wants standards and logic. So for an example, my style is DI style. So what I want is I want both control and variety, and I also want approval and less structure. But there's also conflicts within that. So what I've managed to do with my business is I'm the leader of my business, I lead my multiple teams, and I run multiple trainings. Because, first of all, I want control, but I also want variety. The 100x DNA Masterclass is one of about 7 or 8 different masterclasses that I do because I want variety. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, and I want to do that. And that works really good for my style. Secondly, I also want approval and less structure. I love to be a part of a team, and I love to people to say, hey, Daniel, that was a great strategy. I really love that about being a coach. And then I also want less structure. But that's a conflict, isn't it? So for me, how do I do this? What I do is when I create my trainings, I create a training plan, I create a training outline, I write down everything that I want to follow, and I do that to the best of my ability. And then when the coaching opportunities and the hot seating comes, now I can have a lot of variety because each coaching session is going to be different. So can you see how I structure my business to suit my personality? When you do that, you'll have unlimited motivation. So what is your personal want? Go to the chat box. Let me know, what is your personal want? Standards and logic. Control and variety. Routine and harmony. Approval and less structure. Okay, so Tracy, bang. What's the conflict there, Tracy? Can you see it? I want routine and less structure. So even when you're setting goals based on your wants, you've got to be careful of these conflicts there. So Tracy, you mentioned before that you wanted to buy a house again. Sometimes buying a house may not be right for your personality. I started investing in real estate at a very young age. I was 19. I'd become very successful in sales. By age 19, I was buying my first property. By age 21, I had my second property, $500,000 worth of real estate. But what I found was that it created too many rules for me and I couldn't have enough flexibility. So what I did was I dumped my properties. I got rid of my properties because it didn't bring me stability. It gave me more restriction. So I took the money out of real estate and I started to invest in business. And once I invested in business, I felt better because it had less structure. Does that make sense, Tracy? So be mindful what you invest in based on your style. In addition, the personal fears. We've got to be able to manage these fears. If we don't manage these fears, then it'll be hard to get to the next level. What Singh was saying before, high C style, greatest fear is being wrong or making a mistake. What we saw before was the steadiness style. It's a fear of sudden change. Now, change is always going to happen. It's like what happened in COVID. The world changed really fast. However, for the S styles, they're still trying to keep up with what's already happened. Is that true, Karen? We were looking at your style before. Sudden change. Hey, I just created all of these systems. Now the world's changed. It doesn't work. So instead of letting go and moving on, they hold on to the past. Blind spots. D style. You need to be held accountable. You need to be held accountable. Because if nobody's watching the D style, they will go, they're like a runaway freight train. They do whatever they want and they just justify based on the result. The I styles. I style people, they make a lot of promises, but they don't follow through on the commitment. The S style. Your blind spot is embracing the need for change. You need somebody there to hold you accountable to change. C style, you also need somebody to hold you accountable so you don't overanalyze everything. So where are my C style people? A lot of C styles go from course to course and they never take action. Because the reason is they think there's always something else to learn. If I just learn something else, I won't make a mistake. There must be something else to learn, and if I learn that, I'll never make a mistake. The problem is they never apply what they've learned because they're afraid of making a mistake. So, Omar, yes, that's me. What you've got to learn to do is you've got to learn to embrace risk. You've got to learn to make and take a risk at a very small level. But you've got to do it systematically, and that's why you need coaching. The D style needs to work on empathy and patience. Did you hear my wife say yesterday, Daniel's got no patience? It's nothing personal. It's just part of my disc style. I'm a high D. I'm a high I. I like to move fast. I'm a low S. I'm a low C. I move super fast, and I've got to develop patience. Anybody else like me? Anybody else like me? You're a high D, you're a high I, and you lack patience. It's just something that we've all got to learn. We're not broken. We've just got to learn to do that. Marissa says, yeah, that's me. This is what we've got to learn. I style. We've got to learn how to control the emotions. One of my clients is in network marketing. He makes $80,000 per month. He's got a downline of 15,000 people. And before he met me, before he joined my accelerator, he said he had emotional diarrhea. And I said, what's emotional diarrhea? He says, Daniel, when I'm feeling something, I just let it out on everybody. And he says it's impacting my sales. Once he managed his emotions and he could control his emotions, his business grew rapidly. So if you're a high I style, you've got to learn to control your emotions. Giselle, that's me. Steadiness. S style has to learn to be assertive. Here's an example. One of my clients, she had been married for 15 years. She was getting divorced for 5 years. And during that divorce period for 5 years, her husband, who was soon to become her ex-husband, would max out the credit card every month, would spend $8,000 a month every month on the credit card, and was doing this non-stop for 5 years during the divorce. Do you think she stopped him from doing that? She refused to have the conversation. See, the S style is not assertive enough. So through coaching, she learned how to be assertive. She went and asserted her rules. She said to her ex-husband, these are the rules, this has got to stop. And you know what the husband said? I've been waiting 5 years for you to tell me that. Because she lacked assertiveness. C style, you just worry about everything. You worry about this, you worry about that. You create scenarios in your mind of things that will never happen. And you worry about things that will never, ever come true in reality. All of these hypotheses, these possible things that could go wrong, you've got to learn to worry less. And one of the things that my accelerator students say to me, they said, Daniel, one of the best things you've taught us is being 80% perfect. They say now that we're 80% perfect, we're actually willing to try something new. Now, for most C styles, they go, Daniel, what's 80% perfect? That makes no sense. It's got to be 110% perfect. Well, you can go and do everything at 110% perfect and show me what you've done. Do you think Richard Branson waits for things to be 110% perfect? Do you think Elon Musk waits till everything's 110% perfect? No. These people are willing to take a risk and try something new. And this is what you've got to learn to do. So, we're learning a lot about DISC and especially emotions. Now, D style. When it comes to your emotions, for you, you've got to learn about anger and impatience. Now, the higher your D score is, the shorter your fuse and the more impatient you'll be. Now, the lower the D, the more the person tends to be patient and slow to anger. So give me a wave. Are you a high D style person? Give me a wave. Are you a high D style person? Okay. Who here is a low D style? Give me a wave. Okay. Now, you still feel anger, but you've got a very, very long fuse. Somebody could be taking advantage of you for weeks or months and years, and you do nothing about it. But when you explode, all the anger for the last 10 or 20 or 30 years comes up at once. True? Yes. Where the high D, like me, I'm like a firework. Boom! I explode. And after 5 seconds, the anger disappears and I come up with my next idea and away I go. Are you with me? It's just how we express the anger. Wong, how about a mid-level D? Well, what will happen is you'll do a little bit of both. You may express it, but you'll have a longer fuse. And when you do let it go, you'll hold on to it, but it won't be as long. So it's right there in the middle. Marissa, yes, that's what I realized about the D. Yes. Okay, I style. The I style is optimism and trust, and this is going to be a great conversation. The higher the plotting point, the more the I person will look on the bright side and exhibit a high trust level. Now, the interesting thing is with the high I, remember, I'm a high I as well. I set this $1 million goal for a side hustle, and I was so optimistic about it. Can you see now how the goal wasn't a problem? It was the person who set the goal was the problem. I'm so optimistic that me, Daniel, with no experience in this field, with no customers, with no money, no case studies, I can earn $1 million starting from zero. What was the problem? The problem was I was just too optimistic. Who here has a friend who's drunk on optimism? Everything's fine. Here's a story. I used to live in Dubai. Who's seen the Burj Khalifa? The world's tallest building. Well, an optimist climbed all the way to the world's tallest building and they jumped off the top with no parachute because they were so optimistic that they'll be able to fall down from the top and land on their feet. And so as the optimist is crashing down towards the ground, as they went past the viewing platform, somebody said, "Hey, how's it going?" And the optimist gave him the thumbs up and said, "So far, so good." And then 2 seconds later, splat dead on the ground. Are you with me so far? Optimists think everything's going to be okay. They're coming towards the end of their working life with no experience, no skill, no money in the bank, and they still think everything's going to turn out okay. Tracy's nodding her head. Yeah, I know what to do. I'm so optimistic. I'm so positive. Well, that can actually work against you. And as I mentioned before, my optimism worked against me. I set a ridiculous goal that was not probable based on the environment. Now, the lower the I-style person, the more this person tends to be pessimistic and exhibit a low level of trust. So if you're a low I-style person, go to the chat box and type in me. If you're a low I-style person, go to the chat box and type in me. This is really important. Okay, so we've got an example here as we have a look at Karen's report from before. Low I-style. Now, for Karen to succeed in network marketing, she's got to build a team. Is that right, Karen? You've got to build downlines. But the problem is when our I-style is really low, we don't trust people. We're too pessimistic. We're too focused on what could go wrong. And when somebody offers us help and support, we become suspicious of them. Why does this person want to help me? Why are they offering help? I don't trust them. I don't trust this information. And they become very distrustful of people. They become very pessimistic of others. So even when it comes to selling, because they're so pessimistic, they find it hard to influence and persuade others. And this is just a truth about the I-style person. They exhibit a very low level of trust. So when they build their businesses, they can't lead because they don't trust anybody. They don't delegate because they don't trust people, so they have to try to do everything themselves. So for those of you who were at my Income Unleashed Masterclass, remember I talked about these fears? And I said that my parents had fears that stopped them from growing their business. My dad, my mum are low I-style people. They don't trust people. So what prevented them from growing their business was employing people. Because if you don't trust people, how can you employ somebody? How can you do it? So my parents would say, well, we don't trust people. If you hire people, they'll take advantage of you. If you're working with cash, they'll steal your cash. If they get your business secrets, they'll start as a competition. This is low trust. And so what happened was 17 years in my parents' business, they had to do everything themselves. My brother and I worked there, they could trust us, but they couldn't grow a team. And so they never achieved their full potential. High I-style, is this true? Find it really hard to trust? I like Daniel. I'd love to join his accelerator, but I just don't trust him. I know that's what I-styles do. And that's the thing that you've got to overcome. There's people out there who can help you get close toward your goal. The problem isn't with me. The problem is with you and your levels of trust. And you've got to learn to overcome this to move forward. S-style, patience. Patience and non-expression. Now, the higher the plotting point, the more the S will avoid showing their true emotions. They appear fine and they seem patient. So give me a wave for my high S-style people. Okay, here's a good story. One of my clients, he was an accountant and he helped people with investing money. Now, we had a coaching session. As you know, my coaching rate's $750 per hour. He happily paid that because he got results. One day he showed up to the coaching session and he said, Daniel, I'm so sorry that I'm late. And I said, it's 11:01. You're on time. He said, I'm so sorry that I'm a minute late. He said, I've just come back from the hospital. I said, you've just come back from the hospital. Is everything okay? And he looked at me, no expression. He said, everything's fine. So we continued the coaching session. We finished at 12 o'clock. And I asked him, I said, what are you doing next? He said, I'm going back to the hospital. I said, you're going back to the hospital? You told me a moment ago everything was fine. Now you're going back to the hospital? He said, yes. Now, he said this with no expression on his face. And I said, may I ask what's happened? And he said, yes, that would be okay. What happened? He said, well, one of my team members, one of my employees had a heart attack today and they died in the office. And he said, so we just come back from the hospital. And I said, and you've sat here for an hour in front of me coaching when one of your team members just dropped dead on the floor. He said, yes. He said, and I'm sorry that I was a minute late. Could you imagine that? So the S style, they appear fine on the outside. You think they're fine, but they're not. So where are my high S style people? You're not fine. If you're not getting the success that you want, you're not fine. But you're so stubborn that you refuse to ask for help. People are offering help to you and you refuse to take the help. And then you know what eventually happens? Because you tell everybody that everything's fine, people stop offering help. People stop asking how you are. And what happens is you become isolated from the world, nobody to help you, and you try to do it all alone, and that's where you get stuck. True? Higher style people love my accelerator program, and you should be in it because it's what gets you moving. Now, the lower the S style, the more people hear and see the emotions. So who here is a low S style? Who's got a very low score on their S style? Excellent. Adrian. We will show emotions. It's like me. I can't hide my emotions. If I'm angry, I'm angry. If I'm excited, I'm excited. If I'm pissed off, I can't hide it. And that's what happens with the low S style. It's really hard for us to hide our emotions. Marissa, is that true for you as well? So both of us express emotions differently. Now, here's the thing. Are you ready for it? In selling, there's two things that take place. The first thing is your offer must be logical. Please remember that. When you meet somebody, your offer must be logical. And this is what we learn in my accelerator. And I'll tell you more about this. I'm just going to give you the top level view. Your offer must be logical, but the decision is made emotionally. So when you have an offer, it has to appeal to the left brain, logic. But people decide emotionally, which means they decide in the right brain. So where are my higher style people? The reason why you're struggling to make sales is because you fail to show emotion. And all decisions to buy are made emotionally. And you're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars of potential sales because you don't show enough emotion. And you've got to learn how to express emotion in the sales process. I make tens of thousands of sales every year because I can express my emotion. Because the decision to buy is made in the right brain. And you've got to learn the strategies to express emotions. And if you don't learn that, you'll fail in sales. What about the C style? The emotion here is fear and concern. Now, the higher the plotting point, the more the C will follow the rules, the more data and facts they'll want, proving the need to do things right and avoid being wrong. So if you're a high C style person, type in C. Go to the chat box and type in C. So what happens here is you suffer paralysis via analysis. And you think by learning more is going to remove the risk. It doesn't. Because what happens is whilst you're learning and learning and learning, you're not executing. And what makes you more angry is that when somebody knows less than you, takes one idea and makes $1 million, and you're still trying to finish the next 10 books. Are you with me? You overanalyze. And you think by getting things 110% perfect is going to solve your problems. It creates more problems because you never apply what you learn. And this is a major blockage for success for the C-style people. I've got people in my program, high Cs, who are making more than $1 million a year because they've just learned to take action and regulate that fear. Once they learn to regulate the fear, their careers take off. They love it. Now, the lower the C, the more likely the person is to take risks. The more likely they're to take action. They don't follow the rules, they're just guidelines. So if you're a low C, type in low C. Now, one of the things with the low C style people is they get an idea and they jump on it and they take action immediately. And that's a good thing. However, sometimes they act without enough information and they take too much action too soon and they make too many mistakes. So they also have to regulate their emotion because they make so many mistakes that it eventually catches up to them and causes more problems. The low C likes to break the rules. And they break the rule, they get away with it. They break the rule, they get away with it. They break the rule, and finally it all catches up. So you've got to be able to learn to manage these emotions in your disc style. So go to the chat box, let me know. What do you need to start doing? What do you need to start doing? Ken, say good morning before the meeting. Absolutely. It'll work in your favour. Millen, manage fear and take action. Tracy, show emotions, take action. Excellent. So let's take a deeper look at the disc styles. So open up to page 29 of your report and I want you to have a look at your disc style. So what you'll need is you'll need page 29 of your training system. And then what you'll also need is on page 6 of your disc report, you'll also need this page. So I want you to have page 6 ready to go. And I also want you to have page 29 to go. And when we come back from our break, we're going to take a deeper look at your disc styles and what it means to you. So have page 29 ready to go. And then have page 6 ready to go in your disc self-report. And what we'll do now is we'll take a short break. We're back on track, we're back on time, and we will start our next session at 11:30. So let's take a 15-minute break, and I'll see you back here at 11:30. And for those of you, I messaged you last night, if you haven't applied for the accelerator, do it now. It'll change your life. Okay, I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to.
I am Ting Meng Chua, and I'm a trainer and training manager. So at the moment, I am doing some research and also I've learned some skill in timeline therapy, which I am applying now for helping some colleagues, some friends, and so on to help them overcome their anger and their fear and so on as well. So for the moment, my challenges is about getting more clients, help them in the sense that in their blockages, their challenges. So that's the benefit I have got from this class is actually understand myself better, and also removing some of my blockages personally. So that's where I'm starting to move forward with my life.
Hi, I'm Gerard, and I help people to grow their money. Now, I just gone through a very excellent exercise with Daniel and Nini, where I get to see the wheel of life, my wheel of life. And so such a surprising to know and understand the shape came out like an elephant, but it helps me to identify where is my lowest gap and my strongest gap. And by identifying this, it allows me to work on the weakest area of my life and turn it into such a great area by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area to create the life that I can live life on my terms.
Hi, my name is Teresa Wong. I'm a profession as a life planner. I did a navigational coaching together with Nini. At first, a bit nervous because facing about 80 students or classmates at the same time for the first time. However, through the navigational coaching and through the questions that being asked by Nini, I'm able to focus more and know what is the next step I need to take, especially for the next coming 24 hours. And I'm looking forward to increase another 130% of my sales in 3 to 6 months' time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm George Kong. My current work is business transformation. I work with a number of clients across ASEAN. Prior to attending this course with Daniel, I want to transition into a coach and mentor full-time. So moving from consulting to coach and mentoring. So that's my goal, attending 100x DNA with Daniel. So during this time frame with Daniel, I've learned a lot of tools, a lot of techniques. I learned a lot about myself, on how to improve myself and also become a good coach and mentor. Tools and knowledge I've gained really help me with engaging with my clients on a day-to-day basis and also support them to improve and be successful. So it's been great experience with Daniel and I would recommend it to anyone. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ramesh Zaidi. I'm from Johor Bahru, the southern state in Malaysia. My professional job is I'm an associate professor in a university in the southern of Johor. And just now I had the opportunity to be on the hot seat for timeline therapy. And the best thing that I experienced was going through the learning process, which I extracted from what I've learned. And I feel that this timeline therapy has given me the better way of looking at issues and problems, which it guides me to look back on how I can learn from certain problems or issues. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Peter Wies. I'm since 20 years in Malaysia, originally from Switzerland. I'm doing mega projects here in Malaysia, Southeast Asia actually. So the reason I'm here is when I met Daniel, I felt very comfortable. And my goal is to expand my business from being in projects into project mentoring on a global scale. So that obviously is quite a challenge for me, or it was. When I met Daniel and 100x DNA, I learned a lot about myself, how to overcome my challenges and improve my attitude to this whole business. And I learned a lot during the sessions, but as well the group, the supporting team is fantastic. So basically the get together and the learning from each other and the way Daniel is conveying the messages is down to earth, very practical, useful, and that gives me the leverage to achieve my goal, what I want to do for this year particularly, and of course in the nearest future.
My main purpose of joining 100x DNA, definitely to invest in myself. Previously, before joining 100x, I feel nervous, full of anxiety in all events. It has transformed me from a shy to what I want to know more about myself. And Daniel's unwavering effort, he always goes above and beyond for his students. And I'm very proud to be one of his students. I may not be his best student, which I try to be, and I hope to be, And continuing to be his student is actually an honor for me. There's so much more. There's so much more than just attending a course. Because for me, over the years of working, I've attended many courses, but not in this manner. There's that human touch that makes the difference, that makes me put in that effort to improve myself more than I know I can be, and also to unleash the potential that I feel I have inside, but it has been dormant all the while. This time round, this extension is just lighting the flame again. Lighted it 2 years ago, and I have been following, although it doesn't mean it ends after the course ends, because it's just studying and not implementing. So for all future students, if I have a way to reach out to you and tell you, join and never hesitate. It will be your best decision you ever made. And I'm glad I made that decision 2 years ago, and I'm very glad I'm here today to meet them live in person. It's, like I said again earlier, an investment in yourself, which you will be sure you're glad you took the leap into 100x DNA. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Masterclass Amin. I'm a veterinarian that retired from the Department of Veterinary Services. My goal is to open up my own veterinary clinic, but due to doubt, fear, and limiting belief, I procrastinate and hesitate to open up the clinic. But after attending the Daniel's Tolson 100x DNA Masterclass, I've become more confident, and I have my belief, and I've decided to pursue with my dreams of opening up my own veterinary clinic. So now I've already opened it, and like what Daniel has said, is that you don't have to be perfect to do to pursue your dreams, and just go for it, just do the action. And this is what I'm doing, and now I'm opening it for already about 5 days, and I hope that I can do better with the challenges, and with the help of 100x DNA Masterclass, I will make it as a good investment for me and for my family, and earn the incomes that I expected. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Sundaraj. I've been with Daniel and on this journey since 2020. Learning from Daniel Tolson has been a hugely transformative experience for me, and today's session just reinforced that. It was like a revision at the same time, a learning of new points, new ways of looking at the same thing. And I love that about Daniel and Nini. They always make you think of new ways of refreshing yourself and going forward with your life. And this is where I think 100x DNA today has done extremely well for me, and also my colleagues. They look different, they look more confident, they're much more outgoing than they were before the course. So I'm really grateful, and I'm thankful that I could be here today to enjoy this session and learn once more. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm DC Lim. I'm in the repair industry. I met Daniel last year, joined this program, 100x DNA Masterclass, right? I can better understand myself through DISC, and then I can use that to align my goal, and then more easy achieve to my goal. And that at the same time, through on this, right, I can use this knowledge, right, communicate to my team, and more help me to manage my APAC teams.
Hello, my name is Thanakon from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm in international food trade business. I met Daniel 2 years ago in 100x DNA class, and it's quite interesting because at that time I don't have any goal before, and I struggle a lot with expanding my team, my business, entrepreneurial journey. And the thing I think I really achieved is I know people more. I mentioned a lot about people managing, and it's kind of skills that hardly find out there. So yeah, once I achieved it, everything is crazy. It's really good for my life, for my family. And yeah, today I'm enjoy his live event, and it's really much more interesting because we can feel, we can know much more. So I'm invite you guys to join. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raha. I'm from Johor Bahru. I'm an entrepreneur. Okay, I'm very glad and happy that I'm here today. Finally meeting Daniel and Nini face to face, because all this while over the past 2 years is already online. Okay, the takeout that I got today is actually when we have these NLP tools, and especially the predicates that I learned today, I feel that it's very useful for us in meeting people like myself. I'm doing sales, so this is very important for every salesperson to have that with your hands in meeting people. So I really encourage you out there to really join Daniel Tolson 100x DNA Masterclass, because it's really, really worth it for all of us. And I'm here today. I'm really happy with that I've joined and Daniel, and I'm thankful for him. Okay, right. Thank you.
I met Daniel 2 years ago. At that time, I don't have any goal, and I struggle a lot with expanding my team, my business, entrepreneurial journey.
And what we say is with 100x DNA, you have so much DNA.
Everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off. And everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Okay, welcome back. Session number 9. So one of the things that's really important is we've got to be able to get motivated and stay motivated. So who here has felt motivation in the past? Have you felt motivation in the past? You set a goal, you stayed motivated, and you achieved that goal. Have you had that before? Have you got motivated at the start and then lost your motivation and never achieved the goal? Have you had that before? Yes, I believe that all of us have had both experiences. So let's have a look at motivation. So there's 3 types of motivation. The first is biological, and this is the motivation that drives you to engage in activities that are essential for your survival. So some of the most basic biological motivators include eating, drinking, and sleeping. So honestly, who feels they're just stuck in survival mode at the moment? You're just doing enough to make ends meet. You're living hand to mouth. Are you feeling like that? Well, if you are, that's an example of biological motivation. You're doing enough just to get the basics. The second level of motivation is extrinsic motivation. And this is the type of motivation that comes from external sources, such as rewards, recognitions, incentives, or praise. And it's a way of encouraging someone to do something they may not want to do. And you get them to do things by giving them tangible benefits or rewards. Now, there's 3 examples. The first is monetary incentives. See, an employee may be motivated to work harder and achieve their sales targets because of a bonus or commission. Who's ever had that type of incentive before? A monetary incentive. Who here has a financial goal? Excellent. Can I tell you the truth about that? Would you like to know a truth about financial goals? Marissa, thank you. Well, the truth is that if you reward an employee a pay rise, even if you doubled their income, that level of motivation will only stay there for 60 minutes. They'll get a spike in motivation. That motivation level will go back down after 60 minutes. So one of the problems with monetary incentives is that they're reward or punish. If you achieve the goal, then you get the reward. But if you work really hard for your entire year and you don't hit the end result, you don't get the reward and you lose your motivation. Who's had that before? Who here works on commissions? You feel great when you make sales and you hit your target. But what happens if you've put in all that hard work and you don't get the commission? What happens to your motivation? Disappears, doesn't it? So money alone is not a good reward. And have you noticed over the past 2 days, every time I ask you about your goals, there's going to be one or two things. It's going to be a financial goal or a career goal. And you notice I always ask what excites you about that goal. It's because money alone is not a good motivator. It's reward or punish. Secondly, public recognition. Now, some people are motivated to perform well because they're going to receive praise from their teachers and classmates. Thirdly, awards or prizes. Now, an athlete. I was an Australian champion athlete, a 3-time state champion athlete. I competed at the Extreme Games, which is for the top 10 people in the world. And we used to get awards and prizes. We'd get put in movies. We'd get put in magazines. We'd be featured on the newspaper. And that was part of the reward for winning. But you only got that if you won. You could train for an entire year and then you might crash out on the first trick. That whole year of hard work disappeared in one little mistake and you miss out on all of that motivation. Anybody else felt like that before? Isn't that depressing? It's depressing, isn't it? So the problem with extrinsic motivation, it's reward or punish. If you get exactly what you want, you get the reward. But if you fall short by just $1, by just a day, by just a number, you can lose all of that incentive and you miss out. And that's the problem with extrinsic motivation. And most people today, and I really appreciate your private message before, Marissa, thank you so much. Most people today are trying to get you motivated through incentive alone. Gold watch, house, car, Louis Vuitton. They're trying to motivate you through that. It doesn't work. It's not good. It's reward or punish. It's pass or fail. And it only works if you win. Are you with me so far? And this is why people set the wrong goals, first of all, and then they don't have their reward structures set up correctly. The level that I want you at for major success is I want you at intrinsic motivation. And this is the type of motivation that comes from within. It's driven by your individual interests, your passions, your desires. Intrinsic motivation is what makes your heart tick. Now, I know we've got a mix of Singaporeans. I know we've got a mix of Australians here today. And I'll tell you what, doing things that you love is not very popular in your society. Why don't you just go and do something that makes money? Here in Taiwan, it's the same thing. Just go and do something that makes money and justify everything by making money. You can make your money your entire life. You can make a wage your entire life and it never makes you feel fulfilled. Agree? How many times have you done a job just for money and you don't feel satisfaction? Have you had that before? You wake up in the morning, you don't love what you do, but it pays the bills. You go to work all day and listen to an asshole boss who's an absolute prick or a dickhead, as we say in Australia, and you go, if it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't be here. Have you done that before? Absolutely. It's a drug. You get addicted to the money, but you're not doing what makes you happy. And then one day you wake up and you're 50 or 60 and you realize you haven't fulfilled your life's purpose. So intrinsic motivation, see it's got a heart there? It's doing what makes your heart sing. Now there's 3 examples of intrinsic motivation. Firstly, it's personal growth. And that's why you're here today, isn't it? It's a desire to improve yourself. It's the desire for personal satisfaction. It's the desire for fulfillment. That's why you're at a program called 100x DNA. Secondly, intrinsic motivation comes from creativity. This is what Marissa was talking about before. It's to express yourself through art. It's to express yourself through writing. It's to express yourself through other forms of creativity. Thirdly, it's about helping others. There's a lot of satisfaction in helping others. It's this urge to assist and make a positive impact on the lives of others. And these are 3 examples of intrinsic motivation. So, why are so many people helpers? Who here feels that you're a people helper? See, when you're a people helper, when you're focused on personal growth, creativity, and helping others, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It doesn't matter if you come first or second. It doesn't matter if you get the gold watch or not. You feel fulfilled the whole time. And for the majority of people who come to this program, that's what they're missing in their life. But you're never going to get that sense of fulfillment doing the wrong thing. And I don't care if you think you need money to survive. You know what you need to survive? You need a heart. You need inspiration. You have something to live for when you wake up. Life's not just about making money. You can chase money all the way to your grave and you'll never be happy. I've got a grandmother who's incredibly wealthy. She's chased money her whole life. Everything's about money. Everything's about money. I haven't spoken to her in 5 years because I don't feel engagement from this. Everything's about money. Nothing's about the relationship. Nothing's about the meaning or the purpose of life. And you know these people, they can chase money their whole life and they're never happy. Have you met those people? Don't be one of those people. Be one of the people who comes from the heart. Because if you can find something that makes your heart tick, when you find your life's purpose, then nothing will ever stop you. You'll never feel depressed. You'll constantly try new things. You'll get out of your comfort zone because you're doing something that makes you happy. And I believe that 98% of you today have been doing things your whole life just for money, just to survive. And you realize you've been missing out on that passion. True? So, these are the 3 types of motivator: biological, extrinsic, and intrinsic. Now, I'm not saying that one is more important than the other. What I'm saying is that you need to have all of these 3. You need to have met your survival needs. You need food, shelter, and water. You absolutely need that. And once you've got out of living hand to mouth, then you need some extrinsic motivators. But extrinsic motivators are short-term and temporary. So you need all of these 3 things to live a super life. You also need to do something that makes you feel fulfilled. Does that make sense? You can't live a purposeful life missing one of these. People say, Daniel, I'm just going to do what makes me happy. Go and do what makes you happy, but you still got to make money. Are you with me? Because you could follow your heart's desire and be poor and wear no shoes, have no house over your head. But that's not a super life. You've got to be able to have a blend of all of these 3 to have a super life. Biological motivation, house, food, accommodation, transport, that's all going to be sorted out. It's extrinsic. You should have goals to increase your income. You should have goals to buy better things for you and your family. And you also need to have that intrinsic motivation so that every day when you wake up, your heart is happy. You feel fulfilled. You feel like you're making a contribution to the world. You feel like you're making a contribution to society. You feel that because of you, this world has become a better place. And these 3 things must be blended together for you to have that super life. So I want you to think about that today. What do you need to keep you motivated? Because these are the 3 types of motivation. So, what makes you stressed? What makes you stressed? I want you to think for a moment, what is one thing that is on your mind? What is one thing that gets in the way of you being motivated 99% of the time? What is it for you? Millen, interpersonal conflict. Millen, can you just type in what that interpersonal conflict is? Pamela, love. Excellent. Just give me an example of that. Marissa, not meeting people's expectations. So Marissa, also with the high I people, for me, for a high I style person, one of my fears that comes along with this is a fear of letting other people down. Because my high I is really high, I never want to let anybody down. And sometimes I feel that I've never done good enough. That's something that we've got to manage. Tracy, not enough money. Excellent. Millen, argue with family. Good. Raj, a fear that I may not succeed. Not good enough. Okay. So I want you to get clarity on one thing. So just take your pen and paper and just write down on the paper one thing that's causing you stress right now. Just one thing. It could be that argument with the family. It could be that you don't have enough money at the moment. It could be that you're not feeling good enough. And what I want to do is I want to give you a very simple strategy from NLP. Now, this strategy that I'm going to give you teaches you how to control your mind. So our ability to think precedes success. And the better quality of thinking that you have, the better decisions you make. When you make a better decision, you take the right action. And when you take the right action, you get the right result. But what happens to the majority of us? We have something on our mind, something that becomes stressful, and then we have what's called an emotional hijack. This thing causes so much stress. We have an emotional overload. We can't make good decisions. We take the wrong action, but most of the time, instead of taking action, you procrastinate, which leads to the wrong results in life. Does that make sense? So your thoughts determine your decisions determine your actions, and your actions determine your results. And if we can change our thinking, we can change our life, the results. But if this thing that causes you stress becomes so overwhelming, you end up having an emotional hijack. The emotions take over and you act before thinking. And acting before thinking is the root cause of failure. See, when you have an emotional overload, let's say the fear becomes so big. I'm fearing making this mistake. I'm going to make a mistake. I'm going to make a mistake. I'm not going to get it right. I'm not going to get it correct. So instead of taking action, you'll go into an avoidance behavior. An avoidance behavior is something like procrastinating. You'll procrastinate on taking action, but you'll get busy reading another book or taking another course, and you'll think by doing another course that's going to solve your problem. But by doing another course, you're just avoiding action. Are you with me? And then there's no result. And then what happens is you say to yourself, well, I did that program and I didn't get the result that I was looking for. It's nothing wrong with the program. You did the program as a distractor to avoid taking action. And that's why your life's going in the wrong direction. Are you with me so far? Thoughts lead to decisions. Decisions lead to actions. Actions determine results and the quality of your life. So I want you to think about that one thing that's on your mind, that one thing that causes you stress. And when you're ready, I want you to go ahead and I want you to close your eyes. This works best when your eyes are closed. So go ahead, close the eyes, take a big deep breath in through the nose and let it out through the mouth. 2, take a big deep breath in through the nose. Let it out through the mouth. 3, take a big deep breath in through the nose and let it out through your mouth. And just sit back, relax. And I want you to think about that problem that you are facing. Just go ahead and think about that problem you are facing. And I want you to bring that picture to the front of your mind. What do you see in that picture? Have you got it clearly there? What do you see? Excellent. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to take that picture and I want you to take it from being colour and I want you to turn the picture black and white. Make that picture in your mind black and white. And now that it's black and white, how does it feel? More stressful or less stressful? How does it feel? Excellent. And I want you to take that picture and I want you to double the size of the picture inside of your mind. Make it twice as big. And notice how it feels. And I want you to take the size of that picture and I want you to double the size of the picture again. So it's twice the size in your mind. And notice how it feels. And I want you to take that picture and I want you to make that picture the size of the house that you live in. I want you to make that picture so big, it's the size of the house that you live in. And notice how it feels. And now take that picture and I want you to make it so big that it's the size of the city that you live in. Expand it inside of your mind so it's as big as the city that you live in. And now how do you feel? More or less stressed? And take that picture and I want you to make it the size of the country that you live in. Expand it so big that it's now the size of the country that you live in. Now how does it feel? And now stretch it out and make it the size of the planet. Make it so big that it's the size of the planet. Now how does it feel? Okay. And now I want you to shrink it down in size. I want you to shrink it down, make it smaller, make it smaller, make it smaller. And I want you to make it the size of your thumbnail. I want you to shrink that picture down so it's so small. Now that's the size of your thumbnail. Now how does your problem feel? Excellent. And I want you to move that picture so it's directly in front of you, right in front of your eyes. How does it feel? Excellent. And now I want you to take that picture and I want you to put it all the way behind you. Shift the location of that picture and put it all the way behind you. Put it right behind your head. And now that that picture's out of your sight and behind your head, now how do you feel? Excellent. And I want you to push that picture further back behind you. I want you to push it back 100 meters behind you. Now how does it feel that that problem's 100 meters behind you? Does that feel better? And I want you to push that picture so far back that the further you push it back, the smaller it gets. And the further you push that picture back behind you, the smaller it gets. And the further you push it back, it gets so small that that problem just disappears. And let me check. Now how does it feel? Does that feel better? Excellent. And on the count of 3, you'll open your eyes. 1, 2, and 3. Welcome back. How was the exercise? You're learning how to control your mind? Okay, Rinzin, when you're ready. Okay, let's get Rinzin in the hot seat. Let's check in with Rinzin. How was the exercise? How do you feel? Okay, team, let's get Rinzin in the hot seat. Hey, my friend, welcome to 100x DNA. How are you feeling there?
Feeling good.
Excellent. When you took that picture from colour and you made it black and white, how did you feel when the picture was in black and white?
I was imagining that it's like, at first, usually I don't get too much stress as well. But as we go on here, I was like thinking of the money directly.
So when the picture was colour and then you turned it to black and white, did that feeling change? Did the stress go up or did the stress go down?
Yeah, a little bit fade away.
Excellent. Good. And when you doubled the size of that picture, did the stress get bigger or smaller?
Actually, it becomes like a little bit of fading away thing, because when I see the closer and closer, I don't know, I can't see the whole picture.
So the bigger the picture got, the harder it was to see in the mind, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And did the stress go up or did the stress go down?
It's stress going down. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? See, we start to control the mind. We start to change our perception. Now, when you made the picture so small and it was the size of your thumbnail, what happened to the stress?
Like
did the stress go up or down?
Like when I can see, it is like, going up. But again, even shrinking down also make me, can't see anything.
Excellent. And when you took that picture and you put it behind you, how did that feel when it was behind you?
The moment when you say like behind, I even felt like itchy here a little bit. Might be, like I took it literally, practically. But again, as you go on, like moving behind and behind, then again, I'm far away. Like, really, that was that.
And when it went far away, when it went so far behind you that you couldn't see it anymore, how did you feel?
A light, I don't feel, as if like it's not there.
Well done, my friend. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Top job. See, this is the power of NLP. NLP teaches you how to control your mind. And you can see here with Rinzin here, once he started to play with his perception, he had a different feeling. See, your perception is your reality. Please write that down. Your perception is your reality. If you look at your marketplace and say there's no opportunity here, there will be no opportunities. If you look at somebody and say, I can't trust this person, you'll never be able to trust them, even if they're a trustworthy person. If you have a limiting belief within yourself that you're not good enough, that you're too old to succeed, that it'll work for them, but it won't work for you, that is part of your perception. And somebody could be standing in front of you with $1 million idea and you know what you're going to say? Oh, that doesn't work. Because it's your perception. Your perception is your reality. This is why there's people in your industry making $100 million a year when you might be struggling for survival. See, in my industry, there's coaches who train maybe 100 people in their lifetime. 100 people. For me, I'm training 75 right now. This month in total, I'll have more than 500 people through my trainings. This year, I'll have more than 3,500 people through my trainings. Am I in the same marketplace as them? Yes. Is it the same year? Is it the same time as them? Yes. I can see opportunity. I can see the ability to train 3,500 people in a year. They can only see the potential to do 100 in their lifetime. Their perception is their reality. My perception is my reality. Yet other people have different perceptions. You've heard of Tony Robbins. He'll train 30,000 people in a day. Grant Cardone recently, he's another trainer in America. His perception is different. He had 1 million people register for his coaching program online last month. Can you see that? Same planet, and our perceptions are different. So remember, your perception is your reality. Are you with me so far? And so once you learn to change your mindset, then you can start to change your goals. Once you change your mindset, then you'll start to make new decisions. You'll take the right actions, and then you'll get the results that you've always wanted. So that's a little bit of a taste for NLP and what it can do for you. So let's have a look at your motivational wants and needs. What is it that you need to stay motivated? So open up to page 32 of your training system, and it says your motivational wants and needs. In addition, we're going to have a look into your DISC report. So on your DISC report, I want you to open up to page 16. Page 16, please open up to page 16. And Millen, when you're ready, my friend, let's do some hot seat coaching. We're going to get Millen in the hot seat, and we're going to do this together. So Millen, when you're ready, make sure your microphone's on, make sure you're ready to go. Welcome. Hey, how you doing?
Good. Okay.
Thank you for being patiently. I've seen you there with the kids. I've seen you smiling away. And I've got your report ready to go. Okay, what have you learned this weekend so far?
I've learned that even though I have my traits, that they are to some degree malleable, and I can change through learning and different skill sets to make myself more flexible. So I think that's pretty positive.
Excellent. Good. Well, let's have a look into your report. Just want to confirm this is yours.
Yep.
Excellent. Wonderful. Well, I've got that ready to go. First of all, what's your 12-month goal? Where do you want to be 12 months from today?
Well, ideally, initially, it was something like 20K a week. But given my profile and my risk aversion, I think I need to step it down to something that I can actually achieve, so in order to build confidence and move on. So I'm actually at 0 at the moment. I'm like a homemaker supporting my wife who has a career. So I guess something really possibly achievable would be maybe $100 a week I could set at. But I would eventually need to build it up.
Okay, beautiful. That's exactly what you want to do. There's no point going into a new experiment or a new goal and starting with the wrong thinking. And for your psychology, you're better off to say $100 and to achieve that. And then your outcome is, I got belief. And you'll know, okay, I can make my first 100. Now I can creep it up to 150. I can sneak it up to 200. And what happens is you're creating what we say is a track record of success. And this is how the mind works, Millen. When you make a decision, your mind looks to the future and says, what's possible? Okay, so this is what I want to do. What's possible? And then it'll quickly look to the past and say, what have we done? And so if you say, I want to do 20K a month, the mind says, okay, 20K, possible. Looks to the past and says, hey, bro, you haven't even made anything. Not possible. So then all of a sudden we're in two minds. My optimism says I can do it, but my past history says I can't. And then we have this inner battle. So one of the questions I asked my mastermind students today, I said, what's your probability of success on your goals? And all of them came back and said 99% success probability. And see, when we start goal setting, our first goal should have a 100% probability of success. Set yourself up for success. Then once you've achieved 100, then you can do a little stretch, 10% at a time, and then you'll have a 99% success ratio and a 1% failure ratio. But with your style, you'll say, hey, I can actually accept a 1% risk. And you'll feel better. So the thoughts are correct. You'll make the right decisions. You'll take the right action. You'll get the result you're after.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. So where should it be? Is it $100 a week, $100 a month? What was it?
I mean, let's start low because I think it's more important to build that confidence and the momentum. Because that's been my big issue. So let's just say $100 a month. Let's start there.
Good. $100 a month. Okay. So $100 a month gives us $1,200 for the year. Okay, cool.
And I will quickly change that once I mention that. So hopefully if I get that, then I'd accelerate it up, step it up quickly.
Yep. Many years ago, a mate of mine in Sydney, we went to the same course, and I asked him, I said, you're going to do this course, what are you going to do? He said, you know, what I want to do is I want to pay off my parents' mortgage. I want to create financial freedom for my family, and my parents will never have to worry about money again. And I said, well, what does that look like? He said, well, I'm going to start training 20,000 people at a time. And I said, you're going to start training 20,000 people at a time? Like when? He's like, well, as soon as I do this program. And I said, just out of curiosity, have you ever coached one person? And he said, why would I want to do that? I'm just going to start training 20,000 at a time. And I said, well, wouldn't it make sense to just train one person? He's like, no, that's too small. I said, okay. Now, he never asked me what I was going to do. So a year later, I was back in Sydney and I called him and I said, hey, bro, how's it going? What are you up to? How's the business coming along? He said, well, you know, Daniel, it's not a good year for me. And I said, it's not a good year for you. It's 2012. He said, well, it's the dragon year. This is not a good year for my Chinese astrology to start a business. And I said, okay. And I caught up with him the year later and I said, how was business? And he said, well, it's not so good. You know, GFC was a couple of years ago. This is not the right time to start a business. I said, okay, well, what's the goal? He said, it's still to train 20,000 people. So we're 4 years along, Millen, and he still hasn't done a thing. Now, I hadn't heard from him for many years, and I flew into Sydney 2019, and I was at the Sydney airport. Where do you live?
I did live in Melbourne, now I live in Singapore.
Okay, you're in Singapore. So Sydney airport, I called a Uber. You wouldn't believe who picked me up in the Uber. It was my mate who was going to train 20,000 people, who was going to buy his parents' house, create financial freedom. And he picked me up in an Uber. And you know what he said to me? He goes, I'm so embarrassed. And I said, embarrassed about what? He said, I'm here picking you up in an Uber. And I said to him, what happened to the 20,000 people you're going to train? So the point of the story was the goal was too big. It was so unrealistic for him to go from 0 to 20,000 people in his events. For that period of time, he put these programs together. He had his sales page, he had his landing pages for all of this, but nothing ever happened because he never trained one person in that period of time. So for me, he eventually asked me the question, he's like, Daniel, how many people have you trained? And I said, well, the day I left that program, I got my first client. The week after I got my second, the week after I got my third, and I built it up and I started to charge people $750 an hour. And he said, well, how many people have you trained now? And I said, I'm a bit embarrassed to tell you. I said, it feels like putting a bit of salt in the wound. And he said, tell me. I said, I've trained 20,000 people. And I said, we had the same goal, but I achieved it. You didn't. And it was all because I started small. And I encourage you to build up that track record of success. So let's start with 100. So starting with 100 a month, building it up to 1,200 for the year. What are 3 things that excite you about that goal?
Well, the idea that I can actually build the confidence to take action. That's been my biggest issue. Getting a result and learning from it, being able to grow from the interactions as opposed to avoiding the whole thing altogether. And knowing that it's the first step on a journey to possibly a lot of growth and financial freedom.
Excellent. Beautiful. So $100 a month. And what excites you is you get the confidence to take action. Now, you look like a fit dad. When we go to the gym, how long since you've been?
I went for a run a couple of days ago.
Okay. So when you go to the gym, you pick up the weights, and eventually, over time, the more you lift that weight, the stronger the muscle gets, correct?
Yeah.
Simple maths for all of us. It's the same with confidence. Confidence is a muscle. And if we just have a little bit more confidence today and we flex that confidence muscle today and we flex it again tomorrow and we flex it again the day after, the confidence builds up like a muscle. It's the same. It's an emotional muscle, where this is a physical muscle. Millen, I have a client who's turned into a business partner, and he's a phenomenal guy. And he was starting a business, and it involved him having to do cold calls. And he said, Daniel, I'm petrified of making cold calls. And I said, why is that? He said, I just can't deal with the thought of being rejected. He's like, I'm thinking about walking to a business and them saying no. And the fear of that fear paralyzes me. And I said, how is that possible? I said, in your career, you are a firefighter. You run into burning buildings that are collapsing. You're pulling people out and you're telling me this scares you? Are you with me, Millen?
Yep.
I said, you're going to risk your life running into a burning building. And I bet you love running in the door. He goes, Daniel, I'm so excited when there's a fire. Because in the fire department in Australia, there's hardly any fires. But when they're on, the fireys love it. He said, but I lack the confidence to do a cold call. Can you see how that was a conflict for him?
Mm.
And as he did it, he started to build that confidence. He now works for me and he makes a couple of $1,000s in a weekend. But it took him time to develop the confidence. So let me ask you, where's an area of your life where you're really confident? Where do you have a ton of confidence?
Well, I had some, my initial occupation was an electrician. So there's a lot of mechanical repairs using tools, anything structural or to do with the premises, fixing things up, that sort of stuff. I don't worry, I'll just jump in. What do I need to do? Organize parts, fix things and mechanical type stuff, yeah.
Okay. So you've got the confidence to rewire a home or a building, and you've had that confidence in the past.
Mm-hmm.
See, confidence is also contagious. And what I mean by that is if you've had confidence in one area of your life, you can simply transfer it over to another area. And as I have a look at your DISC report, you've got the perfect DISC report for an electrician.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've got that high C style. And when it comes to being an electrician, being a Sparky, then there is no room for error. If you connect the red wire to the black wire, there's going to be a spark, there's going to be a fire.
Yep.
Everything's going to short circuit. So it tells us that you're very attentive to detail. And that's perfect for being an electrician. That's perfect. Now, the other thing that's really good for being an electrician is that high S style that you've got there as well. So high I, great for an electrician. High S is great for an electrician because there's a system to follow. Correct? You did your apprenticeship, and then after you did your apprenticeship, did you go on and do your license?
Yep.
So you got your license, and it's a lot of hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a bit of work there. Yeah.
But what happens to a lot of blokes? They don't do it. They just remain a tradie because they don't have the discipline to follow the system. So here, you've got that ability to follow a system. Now, the other thing that works well for a tradie, an electrician, is the low I style and the low D style. And what I mean by that is when it comes to rewiring a house, you can't trust people's opinions. So if you're a licensed electrical engineer, you've got to double check, you've got to recheck, and you can't trust people's opinions, can you?
Not really. I'll ask for information, but then I just judge and fault find.
Yeah, you know what trade is like. Oh, yeah, mate, you'll be right, mate. It's all good. You go there and they've totally wired it up incorrectly. So in the context of being an engineer, having that low I style is good because what it means is you'll be distrusting of people, which forces you to check and double check. Because as an electrician, there is zero room for error. True?
Yeah.
Excellent. And the other thing is the low D, more risk averse. Now that's a positive thing when it comes to being an electrician because you don't want a high risk electrician. See, in my office here, I've got 6 down lights and one of them went out. And so my wife said, can you change the light? And then so I stood up on my desk here, no ladder. The electricity's still on and I'm trying to pull the light out of the socket. And then I can see it's been soldered together, but I could have got a pair of clippers and cut it, but I didn't have the patience, so I just ripped it and pulled the wires apart. And then I turned the lights off, I screwed it back together and just like wrapped it around and put it back in the ceiling. And I said to my wife, now call the electrician, because if we don't get it fixed, there'll be a fire. But it stayed like that for 6 or 7 months. That's not a good electrician. But your style here becomes a very good style for an electrician. So that's in place. And if you've had the confidence to do your electrical work, now you've got to transfer the confidence over into what you're doing now, because it's contagious and you can take it from one part of your life to the other. So my question is, how do you want to make this $100 per month? What's the system that you're going to follow? How are you going to do it?
Well, I've actually done 2 courses so I've done an Amazon selling course and I've done a Shopee course.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was finding was that resistance to taking action. And I thought, hey, the problem is not my knowledge, it's my blocks and my internal resistance. So I'm looking at using Shopee. I bought some products, but I've been hesitant to post them online. I've just been stuck. Okay. So that would be I've got a product ready to go. So I've just got to get some video editing done and post it and take it from there.
Okay, cool. Well, the good news is when we have a look at your disc style, if you're doing Fulfilled by Amazon, this is a great style to do that. Because when you do your Fulfilled by Amazon, you've got to be very attentive to detail. You've got to have a system in place and you've got to have the patience to follow the system. So looking at your style, it's actually a great style to do e-commerce.
Okay.
And especially with the low I style, and I want you to see this in a positive light, the low I style prefers less human interaction, a little bit more introverted. So doing an online business is great because you don't have to be customer facing all the time. So going back to my friend who I told you who was a firefighter, who's now working for me, he started following me in 2012. And his previous career was an engineer. And his disc style looks exactly like yours. And so for him and for you, if you want to do online work, it's actually perfect.
Okay.
Does that give you some more confidence?
It does. I was thinking perhaps that I was in the wrong field because I was encountering so much fear and resistance, but perhaps it's just the mindset issue which I need to work on.
Yep. So where it comes from is, first of all, just appreciate that your style is going to be perfect for e-commerce.
Okay.
Just trust in your style. The problem comes from this area here is that the high C, it's an extended score. And then you've got a low I and a low D. So when we connect these, what happens is you become a very low risk personality. So you'll have a fear of first of all, making a mistake. And then that will be compounded because that you won't trust others. You'll find it harder to ask for help when you're stuck. And here, it'll be a slower to take action. And that'll build up over time. And the more that you get caught up in your head about it, the bigger that fear becomes in here, not in reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's exactly what I've been experiencing.
Yep. The style's perfect. It's now just learning to regulate the fears that come with that style. So for me, I'm a high D and a high I. I want to take risks. I love to work with people. But the problem with that as well is I also have a fear of being taken advantage of. And sometimes I get a feeling that I'm not getting the recognition that I deserve. It's nothing to do with the outer world. It's to do with what's happening in here. And so for me over the years, I've got to deliver a lot of online presentations. And so even the fear can kick in before going into an event. Are people going to like me? Are people going to enjoy my content? Are people going to respond? Or are they just going to take my ideas and steal them? So as I move forward and grow bigger, I still have to face the same fears, but at a higher level. So I mastered it at 1-to-1. Once I mastered that, I could then talk to 10 people, then 50, 100, 1,000, and train 1,500 people at a time. And now I can manage that fear at a higher level. So for you, manage it at a lower level, at $100, let that settle, and then stretch 10% again. Let that settle in, and then stretch again. And what will happen is you'll get to 1,000 a month, and you'll say that was easier than at $100 a month. Because it's getting that first 100, which is the hardest. It's like if you listen to blokes like Mark Boris, who was from Wizards Home Loan. He said the first million was the hardest. It was the hardest. But then he sold his business for 500 million, and it was easier at that level. But he mastered it at each level.
Yep.
Okay. So based on that conversation, what's your next move? What do you have to do next in order to develop that confidence?
To develop the confidence, well, I need to get the video uploaded to Fiverr and get a contractor just to do some editing, and then set up the page on Shopee. I think that would be the next step.
Excellent. And what's the internal reward? What's the intrinsic motivation for doing that?
Well, as I say, I feel a lot of fear. But the intrinsic motivation is, I think, what I said earlier. If I keep that in mind, which is the growth opportunity, the building the confidence, and also the final outcome, which is the growth and actually getting to where I want to go. I think if I keep that in mind, that'll sort of help.
Beautiful, beautiful. And how many babies do you have? How many kids?
Two.
Two.
I have a
Excellent.
daughter and a son.
Good. How old's the girl?
13.
13, and the boy?
10.
10. Okay. One of the things that I've noticed in our family, my daughter's 10, my son's 5, they're incredibly confident. And we know that confidence is contagious. So the more confident we become, the more confident the children become. And my daughter, she's at the stage now at age 10, on our way to school, she says, Dad, I want to do my goal setting. And so her goal is this. It is now the 28th of December, 2023, and my grades are above 90%. So she wanted to set a goal to get 100% in her exams. Now, as a father, if I let her set a goal to get 100% in every exam, and I allowed that as a father, would I be setting her up for success or failure?
Thinking possibly failure.
Failure. Yep. Because I don't care who we are, nobody can get 100% every single time. And if I allow her to set a goal for 100% and she falls short, she's going to be disappointed and she's going to get to the stage where goal setting doesn't work. So I had a conversation with her and I said, baby, why don't we be more realistic? Because there's going to be good days. There's going to be bad days. There's going to be days where you know all the right answers, and then there's going to be days where you're going to be confused, or you might even read the question wrongly and you might mistake it. So why don't we set a goal for 90% and achieve that? And then any time you go over that, then we can celebrate even more. So what's happened is since she's had this goal, it's only 19th of March, every exam that she's had, she's got 90 or above. And her confidence is through the roof, Millen. Her confidence through the roof because she knows that every time she's going to go into exam, she can get 90% and above. So our confidence transfers to our children. My belief that I can set and achieve any goal is now transferred to my daughter at age 10. And every week she comes home, she says, Dad, I'm first in the class. And so after we do the goal setting, we then do the affirmations. And the affirmation that we are doing this month, and we also do this in my accelerator program because everything in the accelerator we apply to ourselves and our children. After she does her goal setting, she has an affirmation. And the affirmation is, how I think, feel, and act adds value. So every day after she does her goal setting, Dad, how I think, feel, and act adds value. And so what this is also doing is it's setting her up for success because she's different to the other children. She's wired differently to the other children, just like you're widely different to everybody else. And how you think, feel, and act also adds value. So as we learn confidence, we can then teach it to our children. And then coming back to intrinsic motivation, one of the greatest things as a father is you're going to see these things show up in your children. They're going to become more confident. And when you see your children become confident, this is one of the best wins you can ever have. So yes, you're going to benefit financially. You're going to benefit personally from the confidence. Your children will also benefit. And that's an intrinsic motivator.
Pretty cool.
Good. Okay, you got this, my friend. You'll be fine. Go get it. Well done.
Will do.
Well done. So, how you think, feel, and act also adds value. So you have specific motivational wants and you have specific motivational needs. So it's almost 12:30, which means we're going to take a lunch break. And before we go, I just want to share with you one more time what you're going to receive in the accelerator. So the accelerator is a 12-month development program. You're going to be certified as a coach in navigational conversations. Now, we use this with our children. We use this in our business. And thanks to this skill, I'm able to lead a team. I'm able to coach groups of up to 500 people at a time. And my students who are earning this are earning more than £400 following this process. So we're going to certify you. We're going to give you a proven system to follow so you can walk into any room, lead any team, and coach anybody. What you also need for success is you have to become a powerful communicator. You could have $1 million idea. You could have the cure for cancer, but if you can't articulate your ideas to other people, people aren't going to listen to you. Who's had that feeling before? You go into a room and people just don't listen to you. They pay no attention. You're in a meeting, you can't get your ideas across. People don't understand what you're saying. Well, the truth is 95% of problems in business come down to communication errors. And if you can't communicate your ideas, people can't buy from you. So we're going to teach you influential conversations and how to have these conversations that lead to action. You'll also become a certified practitioner of neuro-linguistic programming. These are tools that you can use with your family, your friends. You can start to coach and lead yourself. Now, Adriana, she applied these. Her company saved $560,000. If you could save your company 560,000 ringgits, would you fear losing your job? No, you're the person who keeps the job. Adriana, she now works for Microsoft. She made her previous company 138 million ringgits, and then Microsoft headhunted her, and she's now an executive at Microsoft. So these are the things that people are doing. We're going to be with you for 24 monthly training sessions. We're also going to hold you accountable in 24 group executive coaching sessions. And the accountability is so important for your success because when you're held accountable, you will take action. You heard me tell the story about Shirley. She's now leading a team of 80 real estate agents. She had no confidence. Now she's got the confidence to lead. We're going to give you access to business in a box so you can use this technology with your family, your friends, your customers, your colleagues. We're going to teach you how to market and position yourself. Corey Jones, one of my clients, he got on international television 72 hours after he applied these ideas. We're going to give you industry experience. And what this means is we're going to give you leadership opportunities. We're going to give you coaching opportunities so you can practice and get really good at these tools. And then when you're in front of real people, you get it right and you stop making mistakes. As I just mentioned to Millen here before, we're also going to give you monthly affirmations. You've got to get your psychology right. If you don't have the right psychology for business success, then what will happen is you'll fail every time. You've got to have the right success to succeed. Now, in addition, I said, for those of you who are taking action this weekend, I'm going to train you in the latest technology to develop your emotional intelligence. Rosita, she applied these ideas, 3 promotions, and 2 pay rises. She's making more than $360,000 a year thanks to these ideas. I'm going to train you in the psychology of selling. Wise, he applied these ideas. He made $1.16 million in 1 month. I'm also going to give you the latest technology and tools that Fortune 500s are using to develop leaders. I'm going to develop you into a leader. And leadership, ladies and gentlemen, is about getting results. That's how you define leadership. Leadership is about getting results. If you're a person who can get results, then money flows to you. But if you're the person who procrastinates and you can't get results, you'll never be given opportunities. So you've got to learn to become a leader, which is learning about getting results. We have live events every few months. I will be inviting you to our live events, and you can also bring your husband or wife. Maybe you want to bring one of your business partners, and I'll cover the cost of their tickets. So when we have a look at the total program package, the accelerator, the 12-month mastermind is valued at $7,500. Navigational Conversations is valued at $3,000. Influential Conversations certification is $3,000, and the NLP practitioner certification is valued at $3,000. Your Done For You business in a box is valued at $2,500. Your influencer package is valued at $2,500, and there's 3 bonuses worth $10,000. Your total package equals $31,500, and I'm going to offer you this opportunity for 10,000 Sing dollars today. Now, you might not have 10,000 to spend straight away. That's okay. We also have payment plans. So if you want to get ahead really fast, if you want success, if you want to make your family proud, then we will find a way for this program to work with you, and we can come up for a payment plan for you. So it's now 12:28. I want to partner with you. I want to take you from good to great, and I want you to experience the same level of success as our other clients. So I recommend that you apply for this right now. I'll be having a look at the application during the break, and if you're what I'm looking for, we will reach out to you and invite you for an interview today. Okay, so you've got an hour to have your lunch. Apply now for the accelerator, and I'll see you back here at 1:30 p.m. Enjoy your break.
Hi, I'm Gerard, and I help people to grow their money. Now, I just gone through a very excellent exercise with Daniel and Nini, where I get to see the wheel of life, my wheel of life. And so such a surprising to know and understand the shape came out like an elephant, but it helps me to identify where is my lowest gap and my strongest gap. And by identifying this, it allows me to work on the weakest area of my life and turn it into such a great area by applying all the positive learnings that I have in my strongest area to create the life that I can live life on my terms.
In the studies of tens of thousands of sales interviewers, the researchers discovered that the reason why salespeople didn't close the sales was because of fear of rejection. This accounted for up to 80% of the times that salespeople failed to ask for the order. This client was the same. His confidence was low, and he would lose 6 out of 7 sales presentations to his competitors. The reason was he had a fear of rejection and a self-awareness score of 44. I showed him how to gain confidence. Together, we increased his emotional intelligence score by 38 points. And in 12 months, he started winning 6 out of 7 sales. He had eliminated his fear of rejection and now enjoys a 250% increase in his income. If you're not making the level of sales and income that you desire, then you do need to learn about emotional intelligence. If you don't, unfortunately, you'll get left behind.
Everything I know There's hunger in my blood. I'm screaming out loud for what I want. See me running full speed at it, shattering collide, calling post-traumatic. Now it's do or die. Coming up down, tiny fractures. Coming up down, tiny fractures. See me running full speed at it. Coming up down, tiny fractures. Post-traumatic. Tiny fractures.
I started water skiing at the age of 4. My father was a champion barefooter and he would take my brother and I down to the river every weekend and we would water ski. And it just progressed over the years, and eventually I became a competitive wakeboarder, competing all around Australia, competing overseas. So it consumed my life for more than 10 years. By the age of 19, I was a 3-time state champion wakeboarder. I had competed at the Extreme Games, which is the highest level that you can compete at in the sport. And then eventually I went on to becoming an Australian champion wakeboarder. So during that time, we always needed to do something when we weren't wakeboarding, and wake surfing was the answer. It's lower impact on your body. It's very accessible. It doesn't matter if it's windy, it doesn't matter if it's raining, it doesn't matter if there's rollers in the water. You can just wake surf everywhere. 35 years later, I'm still on the boat and just having a great time. In life, you get what you pay. When you're paid peanuts, you get monkeys working for you.
This consumer chose to train with one of my competitors. The service was half the price of mine. Before the client went to the training, his emotional intelligence score came in at 77. After the training and investing tens of thousands of dollars, the client's emotional intelligence dropped by 12 points. He felt more stressed and sales have continually declined since the training.
Remember that your earning potential is your greatest asset and you need to protect it with your life. If you'd like to learn how to make more money in less time, go to my website www.danieltolson.com.
Hi, I'm Kylie DeBrias Backer and I'm here at Perform at Your Best, and I have to tell you from the bottom of my heart that if you have ever wanted more, wondered why you can't have, or thought negative thoughts, not liked what you've seen in the mirror, you have to come and do this course. It will change the way you think and feel about yourself and open up a whole new world of opportunities. Come.
Our team is awesome. All the boys get along great together, and whenever we go riding, we just have the best time on the water. It's great. My name is Daniel Tolson. I'm 25 years old, and my hometown is Windsor, New South Wales.
And I ain't down for this game. The feeling keeps creeping like I'll never love again. Can't we go back to the day we were friends? Back when we were flames, Clark and Lois Lane. Back when we exchanged the lockets, but now I see that you called the locksmith. Back when I was giving you crayons to check in boxes. Back when I was scared of monsters, but now it seems that love has lost us. We run the ship aground, I feel like we'll never be found. And baby, quit playing, put that knife down. You acting all nuts, stop it. Don't make me get the straight jacket out the closet. I lied to the doctor and tell him you lost it. All the girls always tripping. Baby, stop. Baby, it's not my baby, no. So what if he looks like me? I'm black, a lot of people look like me. Australian girls got me going crazy. Okay, he does have my nose and my big lip. Let me explain. Let me explain. Though the kid is is illegitimate, but my reason for grieving, girl, is legitimate. You should consider it. It was like 6 months since we had gotten intimate. Went over the talk, I ended up hitting it. Trying to hide my wickedness, all up in my business. Your demeanor is inquisitive, just like a detective is. Every time you talk, your voice is littered with the bitterness. My love is in the pieces, we should pick up the revenant. Every time you talk, you begging me to spill. Every time I tell, you know it's a tall tale. My kid ain't even born, he's trying to play show and tell. I try to give you heaven, and in turn I get hell. Oh well, Lord forgive my imperfection. My wife saw my girl shopping in the baby section. I take it all back if I had one wish. $4 million diamond will get me out of this coat.
She got me in a corner, so I can eat tonight, I can sleep tonight. Hey, can that be my daughter? I can hear her cry, I can hear her cry, yeah.
If something's missing, it's the one that glistens. I'm reaching for my pocket.
I met Daniel 2 years ago. At that time, I don't have any goal, and I struggle a lot with expanding my team, my business, entrepreneurial journey.
And what we say is with 100x DNA, you have so much DNA that your DNA could be stretched out from where you are today.
Learning from Daniel Tolson has been a hugely transformative experience for me.
I've become more confident, have my belief, and I've decided to pursue with my dream.
Understand myself better and also removing some of my blockages personally.
And it's really wonderful because it helps me a lot on learning, particularly on going through the processes.
So as coaches, you always want to test your intuition, because when you listen to your intuition and you act on it, you'll find that you get things right.
I feel that it's very useful for us in meeting people. Like myself, I'm doing sales, so this is very important.
Through on this ride, I can use this.
Everybody wants to perform at their best. Everybody wants to have more time off, and everybody wants to make a lot more money, including you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Session number 10. We're almost there. Are you ready to go? What did you have for lunch? Go to the chat box. Tell me. What did you have for lunch? I walked outside and I had a big pizza. Probably not the healthiest thing, but my wife delivered me pizza, so my belly's full. I'm ready to go. What about your belly? Is your belly full? Are you ready? Excellent. Well, this session is going to go from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. Now, I'd like to introduce to you our next guest speaker. They are the youngest member of our 100x DNA Accelerator, and they've been with me since last year, and I've had the privilege of witnessing her transformation firsthand. Today, she'll be here sharing with you her journey towards overcoming challenges and achieving success. Through her experience, you will learn about the power of being in a mastermind and how it can lead to a better life fast. Please get ready to be inspired as we hear about her journey and the lessons she's learned along the way. Would you please put your hands together and help me welcome our good friend, Sophie. Hey, Sophie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. Well, I saw you in training last week, and then I saw you a couple of weeks before that in Malaysia. And I know you've been a busy girl, so thanks for being here today.
Thank you too.
My pleasure. Well, we have 61 people in the room with us right now, and they started the same journey as you. So last year, you came and joined us for 100x DNA Masterclass. What were some of your goals before you joined us in the Masterclass?
So my main goal was to overcome my mental challenges so that I can be able to perform consistently at my best.
And what were some of those mental challenges that you were having?
So my biggest struggle was with my mental health. Before I joined this masterclass, I was struggling with depression and anxiety for almost 7 years.
Wow. That's a big challenge. And then you joined us in the masterclass. So you've been with me in my mastermind now. And what have you been able to learn? What are some of those improvements that you've experienced since you've joined the mastermind?
So I was able to see my result at the first day of the training itself. The moment I got this report, I identified what was holding me back this whole time. So later on, with all the tools that I'm able to learn from you and also the support from our community as well, I'm able to overcome all these mental challenges one by one. And I'm really proud to say that I'm free from depression and anxiety now.
Well done. That's a huge obstacle to overcome, and you've done it in such a short time. So congratulations. I'm very excited about that. That's a big personal win for you. What about professionally? Because you sent me a message the other day to tell me something else that happened to you. What was the other thing that happened?
So I have been actively practicing coaching since this February. And just like the support I got from my peers, I'm able to help 18 people overcome their struggles as well. And as a result, I got an offer from someone to deliver a training for them. So right now, I'm starting my own business.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, that happened really fast. That happened so fast.
Yes, just in a month.
Incredible. So you've overcome depression and anxiety, and a lot of the techniques that enable us to do that are the NLP types of techniques. You've been out there, you've coached 18 people through DISC, you got your first 10 clients. And I know there's a lot of people here today, they're considering joining the mastermind. What would you say to somebody who's considering joining the mastermind?
Well, I would say if you would like to hear your own victory as well, instead of feeling the pain, seeing other people succeeding except for you, I would suggest you to join Daniel's Masterclass.
There's some great advice, ladies and gentlemen, from our youngest community member and somebody who's probably achieving the goals that you want to achieve. So there's people out there right now, like Sophie, who's achieving the goals that you want to achieve. And if what one woman can do, another woman can do. And I'm very proud of you. Congratulations, Sophie. That's awesome. So happy for you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for coming and saying hello. Thank you so much for your time. See, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got a goal and there's an obstacle, you can learn how to overcome those obstacles. And think about that. Suffering mental health issues, depression and anxiety, these are the things that we're going to help you overcome. Getting the confidence, coaching 18 people, and then she messaged me the other day, I've already got my first 10 clients. So things happen really fast, and that's why we call it the accelerator. And there's a whole community and there's a whole team of people to help you achieve that. So when you join the accelerator, you get a whole community of people helping you consistently. And that's what I say, it takes teamwork to make the dream work. But if you're trying to do it all alone, it's going to be hard, and the chances of failure, making mistakes are incredibly high. So put yourself on the side of the angels and come and join us in the accelerator. You'll love it. So let me ask you, who's ever learned a new skill and at the end of the year, nothing changed? Who here has learned a new skill and at the end of the year, nothing changed? Have you read a new book? Have you watched a preview of a course? And then after you applied the information, there was no improvement. Has that happened to you before? How did you feel? Did you feel you got ripped off? Did you feel that you got scammed? It's happened to me. Now, the reason why this happens is because perfecting the wrong skill perfecting the wrong skill won't help you get the right outcomes. And a year from now, you could spend a whole year developing a skill and nothing will change. But think about what Sophie's achieved. She's learned to overcome her own anxiety, depression, solve the mental health problem. She went out there and she coached 18 people. She started her own business, and look at her age. She's probably half of your age and done twice as much as you've done this year. See, if you spend a whole year working on the wrong skills, a year from now, you're going to have the same problems. So let me explain this. I used to work with Emirates Airline, and in aviation, in Emirates Airline, I used to co-lead a team of 17,500 cabin crew. So this was my level of responsibility. And every day I'd get on to a new aircraft worth $500 million. I'd have 17 new crew and 400 customers, and would have to get them from one side of the planet safely to the other. And we had to make sure their bellies were full and had a lot of good food. Now, sometimes we had these rare opportunities where the captain would call us and invite us to the cockpit. Now, give me a wave. Have you ever sat in the cockpit of a $500 million aircraft and taken off in one? Have you ever had that experience before? It's a pretty rare experience. Only a few people get to have it. And I've had that experience many times. Now, one morning, the captain said to me, Daniel, we're going to be flying from Dubai to San Francisco. It's a 16-hour flight. It's probably like 14,000 miles away. And as we sat in the cockpit, he asked me a question. He said, Daniel, do you know what would happen if this aircraft is off course by 1 degree every hour? Well, I thought to myself, 1 degree? Nothing would happen. It's just 1 degree. And I said to him, Captain, I said, nothing would happen. It's just 1 degree. And then his face changed. It was like all the blood drained out. And then his face went red. And he looked at me and he said, you are wrong. He said, if this aircraft is 1 degree off course every hour for the next 16 hours, one of 3 things are going to happen. Firstly, we will fly into Russian airspace and we'll get shot down. And everybody on the aircraft dies. And I thought to myself, shit. I gave him the wrong answer. He said, secondly, we may fly too high, run out of fuel, and then we're going to do a crash landing. And everybody will die. And I thought to myself, I must have chose the wrong answer. And he looked at me again. He said, thirdly, young man, he said, if we fly too fast, we will miss the runway and we'll crash into the ocean. And everybody will die. I didn't know where to look. I wanted to get out of the cockpit as fast as I could. And he just stared at me. And he said, have you learned your lesson? And I thought about it. I had learned my lesson. It was probably one of the best lessons that I'd had in my entire life. Because what I quickly realized was, what if my life was off course 1 degree every day? What if my life was off course by 1 degree every day? And what would happen if I did that for a week? Well, if my life was 1 degree off course for 1 day, I probably wouldn't notice it. If your life was 1 degree off course for 1 day, would you notice it? You wouldn't notice it, would you? In the scheme of things. But what if you were just 1 degree off course every day for a week? Would you start to see your life's going in the wrong direction? What if your life was just 1 degree off course every day for 360 days? What would happen? You would go all the way around in a big circle, and a year later you would come back to exactly where you're starting from. You would have wasted all of your time, you would have wasted all of your resources, and you would have wasted another year of your life. And I finally understood what he meant by being just 1 degree off course. So let's do the numbers. Pick up your calculator. How old are you? I want you to type in your age into the calculator. What is your age? I'm 42. And there's about 365 days in the year. So 442 times 365, I've lived my life for 15,330 days. Now, imagine if you were just 1 degree off course every day for your entire life. How many times have you gone around and around and around and around and around and around and around the same problems? You just keep looping around in your life and you're not moving forward. Divide that by 360 degrees. I might have gone around and around and around and around 42 and a half times and ended up exactly where I am. How is it possible that at 40, you're not in a better financial situation than you were at 20? How is it that you get to 60 and you're still not fulfilling your life's purpose? Why? Because you keep going around and around and around. And you don't see it today because it's only 1 degree. But now that you're waking up and seeing how many times you just keep looping around the same problems, you should start to understand that what you're doing is not working. Yes, you might not get shot out of the sky by the Russians. Yes, you might not run out of fuel. But you know what? You'll run out of desire. You'll run out of hope. And instead of taking the right path, instead of making decisions from a place of hope, you'll end up taking decisions from a place of fear. And your life will be well overwhelmed by fear. So are you going to do the right thing? Are you going to head in the right direction? Or are you going to keep circling around? What are you going to do? Go to the chat box, let me know. Are you going to go in the right direction? Or are you going to keep looping around? Am I going to see you another year from now? Oh, sitting on that nail, going around in circles? What are you going to do? Adrian, go in the right direction. You got to go in the right direction. Now, after completing session 10, you're going to discover the root cause of procrastination. We're going to outline the 7 strengths to boost earning potential, and we're going to formulate a plan to reduce work stress. So that's what we're going to cover in this session. This is Charisse. Now, she was going in the wrong direction. She was going through a divorce. She was in the wrong relationship, and she was struggling to make money, and she was about to quit on her dream. She was about to quit on her dream, and she was going to take a job just for money. Now, within 90 days of applying the 100x DNA system, Charisse already had new speaking opportunities. She started traveling the world, and this is a photo with me and Charisse and my daughter Nikita. This was taken in Hong Kong. She had opportunities in Hong Kong, and I flew over to watch her participate in these speaking opportunities. She traveled the world, and she became a professional speaker and an author. All because within 90 days, she started to get her life going in the right direction. So let me ask you, are you ready to do the same? Are you ready to put your life in the right direction? Because if you are, a number of things are going to start to happen. You're going to start to unleash your potential. You're going to become confident. You're going to start to get the results that you deserve. But before you do that, you've got to consider, what is your value? What special value do you have within yourself? So let me ask you, who's going to get a promotion faster? The person who knows their strengths or the person who does not know their strength? Who's going to get a promotion faster? The person who says to the boss, these are my strengths, or the person who says to the boss, I'm confused about who I am? Go to the chat box, let me know. Who's going to get the promotion first? The person who knows their strength. Excellent. Who's going to get the pay rise faster? The person who brings a lot of value to the business, or the person who bleeds the company dry? Who is it? The person who brings a lot of value or the person who bleeds the company dry? The person who brings value to the business. Now, who's responsible? Who's responsible for letting the business know about their strengths? Who's responsible? Who's responsible for telling the business that these are my strengths? Marissa, I am. Now, people wonder every day, why aren't I getting paid more? Why aren't I getting more opportunities? Well, your manager has their own responsibilities. Your leader has their own responsibilities. And your job is to bring your value to the team and say, this is how I can make an improvement in this business. See, we are in what's called a meritocracy. And in a meritocracy, you get rewarded for your results. If you bring a lot of value to a company, they will reward you financially. If you bring little to no value to a company, then you will get the minimum wage. And this is how our society works. It's called a meritocracy. You are rewarded not for your inputs. You are not rewarded for the amount of time that you give to the company. You are rewarded for how much you can make or save a company. Are you with me? You're not paid for the amount of hours that you do. You're paid based on the value, how much you can make or how much you can save a company. This is a meritocracy. So whose job is it to bring value to the company? Whose job is it to bring value to a company? It is your value. And you have to be able to communicate this in a way that your manager says, I want that, I want it more often. Your leader says, we need that, we need it now, and we're willing to pay you more. And it's our job to express this. So let me show you how to do this. In your training system, we're going to have a look at what you bring to an organization. Now, these are the talents and the tendencies you bring. And when used in environments where you're most effective, you're likely to be self-motivated to accomplish great things. So your job now is to explore what you bring to your business. So let's open up our DISC training systems. And I want you to turn to page 17. On page 17, it says what you bring to an organization. And this is going to make it so easy for you to understand. You're going to understand your strengths. You're going to understand your tendencies. And you're going to understand the environment where you can perform at your best. Remember the conversation I had before with Karen? We talked about environment. And you've got to make sure that you position yourself in the right environment. Let me give you an example. Imagine I was 5 foot tall. Imagine if I was 5 foot tall and I wanted to play basketball. Imagine I'm 5 foot tall and I want to have a career as a basketball player. What would my chances of success be if I was 5 foot tall competing against men who are 7 foot tall? What chances of success am I going to have? Go to the chat box and let me know. Low chance. Why would I have a low chance of success? Muhammad, 0. Why would it be a 0 chance of success? Marissa, yeah, they've all got a height advantage. They're 2 foot taller than me. They can jump higher. They can reach higher. And see, this is life. Just because you think you can doesn't mean you can. Just because you want to be a superstar basketball player doesn't mean you can. Simply because your height of 5 foot is not going to work for you in that game. Are you with me so far? You might love it, you might desire to do it, but physically you're not capable of it. Like Helen says, basketball requires tall people. And this is where people put themselves in silly situations where they set the wrong goals for themselves. And then what happens? You just feel disappointed every day. You get angry, you get frustrated because you're not playing to your strengths. Now, if I was 7 foot tall, maybe 6'5", let's say I was 6'5", and I wanted to play basketball, what would be my chances of success if I was 6'5", playing against other 6'5" and 6'7", 6'8" people? What would be my chances of success? Would I have a greater chance of success? Yes or no? Yes, automatically. Because the right person in the right environment. It works together. So let's have a look at your strengths and your weaknesses. So I want you to open up to page number 28 of your training system. And here we're going to start to increase your levels of self-awareness. So first of all, what is your behavioral style? So are you D, I, S, or C? What is your behavioral style? D, I, S, or C? Excellent. Now, what is the goal of your style? So where you're going to find this is I want you to flick back to page 6. Actually, we might do a different one. We might go to a different page. Just hold on for 1 second. Okay, let's do that. Go to page number 6, D style. They need control. They need independence. They prefer challenging tasks. I style. They need approval. They need interaction. They want to be in people-related environments. S style. They need routine. They need stability. They need schedules. They need to be part of a team. Karen, being part of a team sounds like a great thing for S style in network marketing. Make sense? Excellent. Good. C style. They need standards, correctness. They need structure. They need order and planning. And that's what your styles need. Good. Now, let's have a look at what you bring to an organization. So just go back to page 17. What you're going to see here, you're going to see your strengths, your work style tendencies, and the most effective environments. And I want you to read through these strengths. And I want you to select your number one strength. So there's going to be 6 or 7 bullet points here. And I want you to highlight your number one strength. Then read through your work style tendencies, highlight your number one work style tendency. And then you tend to be most effective in environments that provide, then you're going to highlight one of these. And you can simply transfer that information back to page 28. Now I'll show you how to do this, and we're going to do it together. Let me do this. Who have we got here? Okay. Okay. Yut Xing Wong. Good afternoon, my friend. Thanks for that smile. Okay. Let's jump in the hot seat and let's do this together. Hey, good afternoon. How are you doing there?
Oh, hi. Good afternoon.
Welcome to 100x DNA. How are you enjoying yourself so far?
Yes, very much.
Excellent. What have you learned about yourself?
Yeah, I actually know myself is very much on the high I. Just that I'm not so. I thought I'm more dominating, but my profile doesn't show that. It's middle D then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Wonderful.
And
well,
my
we're going to get some more.
for both the adaptive and normal is very similar.
Excellent. Very good. Now, what's your preferred name? If you can pronounce that for me, I want to get it correct.
Either call me Wong, my surname, or call me by Yat Shing.
Okay. May I call you Wong? It might be easier for my Australian tongue.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Excellent. So, Wong, where do you want to be 12 months from now? What's that goal you're working towards?
I'm actually exploring going into the direct selling in net marketing, one company. I hope to be in a certain rank in 12 months' time.
Excellent.
And
what rank do you want to
that
be
will
at
be
12 months
called
from
the
now?
Shadow Rose. Yes, it's a first, second, third rank. From the
Third
bottom.
rank.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the name of that rank?
Sharon Rose.
Sharon Rose.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sharon Rose. Excellent. And what's the product volume that you have to move at that level? Is there a certain dollar figure or a unit number?
It's easiest to know that you will need to have below the left and right 2 second rank person.
Okay.
Consistently.
Okay.
So that will be a diamond master.
Okay. Cool. Got it. Excellent. Now, getting into direct selling, getting the third rank, which is Sharon Rose, and then building out your downline, what are 3 things that excite you about achieving that goal?
I get to work with the people I like. At the same time, I can give opportunity, hope to people who are very much into reach the income ceiling in their corporate world.
Now, I met a lady a couple of years ago, and she was a network marketer, and she was making $2 million per year. $2 million per year. And I met her in Hong Kong, and she was at an event. And I asked her, I said, why did you get into network marketing? And she said, Daniel, well, in Japan, I was an office lady. And I don't like being an office lady. And I don't like catching the train 2 hours to work and 2 hours home at night just to be an office lady. And I said, how is it that you've become so successful making $2 million a year? She said, Daniel, are you ready for it, Wong? Anybody in network marketing, please listen to this. This is from an earner making $2 million a year. She said, Daniel, I went and found other ladies who didn't like being office ladies. I went and found other office ladies who didn't like to travel to and from work 2 hours in each direction every day. And I found other people like me. And that was her strategy. She was fed up being an office lady. She didn't want to travel. And then she went out and found more women just like her. And in under 5 years, $2 million per year in earnings. Think about the simplicity in that. What we say in selling is oftentimes, you are your best customer. When I started coaching Wong, I wanted to overcome my mental and emotional blockages. I want to overcome my past traumas. And I found a life coach and he helped me do that. And then I said, I want to do the same for other people. And I went and found more people like me. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes your best customer is somebody just like you. So for you, you want to work with people you like. You want to give them opportunities and hope for future income. What else excites you about this goal?
Well, I can enroll my family members into the business when they have reached the age, you need 18 and above to start with. And at the same time, I get to use the products that I liked and start talking about the products, which is easy for me.
Let me tell you a story, Wong. Once upon a time, I was on a Zoom call and I'd seen this network marketing product that I wanted to buy. And I reached out to the lady and said, hey, this product looks really cool. Would you talk to me about it? So I got onto a Zoom call with her. She hadn't done her hair, she hadn't done her makeup, and her clothes didn't fit her correctly. And I only had one question for her. I asked, are you getting results using this product? Because in network marketing, you normally sell the product because you're getting results with it yourself. Is that true, Wong?
Yes.
And you know what she said to me? She was so honest with me, Wong. She was just the most delightful woman I've ever met. She said, Daniel, no, I don't use the product. And I said, really? Why not? She said, because it's overpriced and I can't afford it. And I said, thank you so much for your time. Because if it's not working for her, why would I buy it? If it's not working for you, how could you expect me to buy it? Now, she was lovely and she was super honest with me, but I wanted the product. So I reached out to another person and I said, hey, I noticed you've been promoting this product. Could you tell me a little bit more about it? Jumped on a call. I said, I've only got one question for you. Now, I'd already been to his Instagram page and I said, are you getting results using this product? And he asked me, Daniel, have you seen my Instagram page? And I said, I have. He said, you tell me, am I getting results or not? Now, this guy was the same age as me. He had a beautiful chest, six-pack abs. He had incredible muscles. And I said, you are. And he said, absolutely. He said, I've been using it for the last couple of years. I'm enjoying it. And I liked it so much that I want my family and friends to have it.
Hmm.
And he was earning 80,000 US dollars per month.
Very good.
So what I like to hear here is that you want the product for your family. You want your children to use it. You're using it and you want others. And in selling, we say that you have to become a product of the product.
Yes.
And when you're getting the results, other people look at you and go, I want what you're having. This is the key to sales in this new generation. So for you, you want it for your family. Beautiful. Now, in relationship to this third rank, the Sharon Rose level, where are you starting from? Have you started your journey in network marketing?
Yes, I'm starting still as a member level.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're at member level now. How many sales? What do your sales look like at the moment?
Well, I'm collecting about $300 a month.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. And the Sharon Rose level, how much is that per month?
Oh, that would be a lot, but like 10 to 12,000 US dollars.
Okay. So we'll play it safe. We'll say 10,000. So the gap for you is to close the gap of around about $9,700. Is that correct?
US dollars, yeah.
USD. Beautiful. Okay. So what we want to do in this exercise is we want to have a look at the value that you bring to an organization. Now, in this context, there's multiple values here. There's value that you can bring to your network marketing company as a company. There's value that you can bring to your upline. There's also value that you can bring to your downline.
Mm.
So let's have a look at this from multiple angles. And what we want to do is we want to go to page 17 of the report. So I've got your page 17 here in front of me, and we're going to go through this together. Now, what it says here, based on your style, you have the following strengths. And what I want you to do here is I want you to tell me in a moment, which is your number one strength. So you're an excellent team player. You bring optimism to the team. You supply a positive sense of humor. You're able to generate enthusiasm in others. You generate excellent verbal skills. You are able to communicate to large and small audiences with equal poise and confidence. You demonstrate excellent people skills. Out of these strengths, which is your number one greatest strength?
I think it's number two.
You
I bring
bring
optimism to the team.
excellent. Good. Now, just for us all to get an example of what this is, what does this optimism look like? If we were in your downline, if we were part of your network marketing business, what would this optimism look like? What would we see?
In the network marketing business or outside?
In the network marketing business.
Okay. I will show them actually is that you can start small and you can be a nobody, but if you're determined And with the system, you can leverage on the people that you know, and my team, myself, and the upline, and you can achieve what you want to achieve. But you have to have a goal with a deadline, and you must be committed.
Excellent, excellent. So one of the strengths of the high I style is the high I style is incredibly optimistic. And this is a great quality to build teams in network marketing. So you've got that strength. Now there's also a series of work style tendencies here. So I'm going to read through these, and then I want you to tell me which is your preferred work style tendency. You tend to seek specialized assignments that capitalize on your social and motivational skills. You convey a high trust level in the ability of others on the team to carry out their responsibilities and commitments. You tend to be action-oriented and are able to handle many projects simultaneously. You generally display a high energy level and are very good at meeting new people. You may become easily bored by mundane or routine projects. While you may tend towards surface analysis in some cases, you can also show very keen awareness of important details. You are able to generate team involvement through friendly conversations and gentle persuasion of team members in a one-to-one manner. So which of those is your preferred work style tendency?
I would say number 4 and last one, number 7. But I think more of number 4.
Number 4. Okay. So this high energy level and being very good at meeting new people, what would we expect to see when you're doing that? What would that look like?
I'll be generally interested in the person I'm speaking to, and to know more about them, and just to know how are they, and we just strike a conversation and be friendly. And I will not probably talk about the business immediately, depends, but generally interest in the person. And pretty often here, I can strike a conversation to talk about families and the work. That is not difficult for me.
Excellent. Well, that's true to your style. So what I'm going to bring your attention to over here is your style, your I style, very persuasive, very outgoing and persuasive, very people-oriented, optimistic, strong communication skills. They also like to have variety in their day. And so the I style is focused on people. And this is also a very important quality. And I've worked with thousands of network marketers, and I've seen a lot of high I style leaders. And what their strength is, it's not necessarily selling the product. It's about recruitment. And some of the leaders that I've worked with, every event, they put 100 people in a room, 500. I've even got one client, he puts 1,000 people in a room at a time. And they love him. And he's the life of the party. He never talks about business. And he even told me, he said, Daniel, my organization does 200 million US dollars of sales in Europe. And he said, yet I've never sold one product personally. He became a master recruiter. So I see that in you as well. This is a similar quality. Now, let's talk about the environments where you tend to be most effective. Projects that allow you to motivate and persuade people. Variety in work tasks and projects. Freedom from controls, detail and paperwork. Freedom to move around, either in the office or around the country. A democratic environment with participatory management. Activities with many opportunities for interaction with people. The opportunity to network with others. What's your most effective environment for you?
Oh, quite a few rhymes in here actually. I think number 6 is the strongest for me. Activities with opportunity to interact with people. Yeah, and the last one, and also the first one.
Hard to choose when you got to select one. However, here's the good news.
The sixth one, yes.
If you can see multiple other ones there that are important to you, they'll also have a contributing factor. So we're just going to focus on these three. Later on, you can incorporate more. So let's just go back for a moment. Wong's goal is to get to the Sharon Rose level. And that means there's going to be about $10,000 per month in sales. And that's where he wants to be a year from now. What excites him about his goal is he wants to work with people. It's an opportunity and hope for income. To be able to enroll his family when they're above 18 and for himself and others to use those products. He's currently starting from 300, so the ball's already rolling. Now, let's go back through and think about the environment of network marketing and what you bring to the organisation. So as you grow your team, one of your strengths is you're going to bring optimism to the team. Now, in your opinion, bringing optimism to a network marketing team, why is this important?
Why is it important? Good question. I think for optimism, the other part of it is also the element of fun for me is important. So it has to be full of hope, and then even people who are with no hope, if they mix with myself or the team, we also hope that you have a bit of hope and some optimism, and to bring back home after the meeting. So I think for optimism, hope is very important for people like us. And sometimes you may not have a solution for the person at the table, but that set him or her to think about, I can do this, maybe I can do that, oh, maybe I can do this. So all the possibilities come from them, which I may not be able to give them the solution, which I just share what I have, I may have to bring myself down to a level that, I've gone through maybe a divorce, and how actually I did actually. And you can always stand up again if you want to, if you choose to. So that actually is people help people, and then that's what we should be doing actually.
Excellent. Wonderful. So as you build your team, this strength should attract others, because as you give them fun, as you bring them hope, they can also take that hope home. And these people have to make a choice. Do they join your network marketing business, or do they go and join someone else's? And a lot of people in network marketing talk about, I'm going to join this because of the compensation plan. They've got to like the upline. They've got to like their leader. So that's going to help you build in network marketing. Because in the sales, ladies and gentlemen, do people buy your product and service first, or do they buy the salesperson first?
Yeah.
What do they buy? Do they buy you as an individual and then the product, or do they buy the product and then you? Ming, maybe 100%, the salesperson.
Yeah. But of course, later will be, do they like the environment, the company, and probably most importantly is the culture of the team they are in.
100%. And when we make a purchasing decision, we always buy from somebody who makes us feel special. Think about things in the past that you've wanted to buy. If you've met a really horrible salesperson, what was the likelihood of you giving your money to that salesperson that you don't like? You'd walk out of that shop, you'd walk out of that business, and you'd go and find the same thing somewhere else, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So you are the first sale. This is the most important thing. And we learn this in our sales academy. You are the first sale. So when you're selling yourself, you're selling fun, you're selling hope. Beautiful. Now, the other thing that you bring, one of your strengths, is you display a high energy level. And you're going to be very good at meeting new people. So in your opinion, why is this important as you build your network marketing business?
I I discovered that it's important to build, on cold market, because your warm market or hot lead may not buy your idea. They can be a customer, they can buy, but not everybody will be a business person, a business builder, we say. So you just get to go to the cold market and meet people, and it's part of the lifestyle as a network marketer. I mean, for me, it's a lifestyle, so not much of a job. So if you like to talk to people, you just share with what you like to use, and if they ask you where to buy, how much, then you just tell them this is a form to fill up there.
Excellent, excellent. So that's going to be a great fit for your environment, and also you're going to be most effective in these environments. An environment that provides you many opportunities for interaction with people. So does the network marketing business give you the opportunity to network with a lot of people?
Yes, I do. But of course, I've realized my caveat is I'm not very good at following up. So that's my weakness. So
well, that is a challenge for the very high I style. Now, the very high I style is the worst time manager, because what they do is they like to put their energy into having fun conversations. So if there's things that require a lot of bookwork, a lot of details, the high I often says, I don't want to put any energy into that. I want to put my energy into having conversations with people. So you're not alone there. I've had thousands of network marketers who are high I, and one of the skills they have to learn is time management. Because out of all the 4 disc styles, especially your style, because your style is a pure I style, which means both your natural and adapted styles are the same. The high I has the greatest challenge